Hello, everybody. Welcome to Players and Creators Lost Mine of Fandelver. I am the DM. With me are my wonderful players, Julia, Matt, Jean, and John. Hello, everybody. Um,
Hello.
just want to go through some announcements very quickly. One of the big announcement that I'm super excited about um, is if you're not on any of the social medias that we have, the Twitters or the Face Spaces or the My Talks, whatever they are. If you're not on any of those things, uh, you've been missing out because we've been announcing and slowly rolling everything out for our Monster Hearts game that is going to be happening on Monday, this Monday, May 3rd at 7:30, right here. Um, we're super excited. It's brand new players, whole new group of folks, really great folks. Can't wait for you to meet them all. But we've been slowly rolling everything out. We've been putting out pictures of the actual the character art, which is done by our amazing artist Isaiah Roa, and we are also not only going to be starting that May 3rd, but the merch store is now officially open with Monster Hearts 2 Whisperbank merch, which is the game, and I'm actually wearing one of the shirts. This logo was designed by my son, Polaroid Rage 6797 on Twitch, and he does like emotes and graphic designs, and he's just amazing and all that. But he created this, and this is the actual logo for the in-game high school sports team, the Whisperbank Prospectors.
Go
Um,
Specs!
Go Prospectors! But additionally, we also have in the store the wonderful T-shirts with all of the characters on them. So I mean, Isaiah did such a beautiful and amazing job with this artwork that I mean, look at that. I mean, I'm super excited if you can't tell, uh, right? So that's one of them. Uh, and these were also not only were these done by Isaiah, but the character concepts were created by the players themselves, right? Um, see, this one's actually army green. Yeah, hopefully it shows. Yeah, it shows up a little brown, but I mean, this is just incredible artwork, and the shirts themselves are really good quality. Like they're amazing quality. I mean, these are just beautiful designs on beautiful shirts, and I think you should probably go check them out. Um, you can actually, if you're interested, you can actually type in the chat exclamation point merch, and not only that, you can also we've also added some really cool stuff to the actual stream. So, for example, we already some of our patrons actually got early access to the merch store, and one of our patrons already purchased something. And so, what it will look like is if somebody purchases something while on stream, you will see this kind of pop up in the little corner there. Little drone shows up with the little box, and says, who bought what, right? That's pretty cool, right? So it's there's just little things like that, but you can absolutely please check out that stuff. Everything, all the purchases that you make not only are amazing quality shirts, but it just supports everything that we're doing, giving me the ability to kind of keep running games, keep doing what I'm doing currently. So please, it's my way of giving back to everybody as well as thanking you all for the support that you're given and giving you the opportunity to get some cool items in the process. So thank you again. Like none of that would have been possible. And Julia was the one who actually recommended Isaiah for the artwork. So thank you, Julia, for that. I mean, Isaiah did just knocked it out of the park. Like amazing work, amazing work. And you can also, as artwork starts to come back because we will also sometime soon, hopefully, have some artwork for our folks here. All of that information for who does the artwork is also in our About section of our Twitch page. And as we kind of put all these things together, you can please, by all means, I encourage you to contact those folks if you want artwork or any of that. Especially Grant Wilson, who's done the amazing promotional work for not just Monster Hearts, but for this game, for our WoW Map game, for Friday Night Magic. I mean, just all of these folks, amazing people, just knocking it out of the park, far exceeding expectations. And like I'm constantly blown away by the talent of these folks. So I'm humbled to actually be working with them. That I even know them is crazy. So all right, so that was the big exciting news. We continue our YouTube subs, our Twitch subs, our Patreon patrons. Those numbers are continue to inch forward. So thank you for all the support there. As always, please support everybody, like all of my players here for Lost Minds. Please support everything that they're doing. Julia and Jean, again, they're doing Unconventional Heroes on their Twitch channel. Not only just running their own D&D campaign, currently a Curse of Strahd, but Gene and his brother Rennie are also doing talks as well, like how to be a good player, talking about different things like that. So please, by all means, they are amazing gamers, have a wealth of knowledge to share with everybody. So please, you can be entertained and learn something at the same time. Matt not only is part of the cast for Good Neighbors, but just started this Monday that just passed, the World of Aspire. So you will start to see all of that information not only in our break, during our break, but when we're in our different overlay, you can actually see the contact information, the Twitter information. But again, please, if you haven't, what is the Twitch page again, Matt?
It is /aspiring_adventures.
Okay. Yeah, and they have Facebook, they have Twitter. Please join them on click on all of the things so you can figure out when they're on and when they're doing things and be a part of all of that goodness as well. And John, again, Tales of the Left Hand, I can't say enough. Like, I mean, between the voice acting, that is all you. Between the writing, which is you, it's just like, and you're just a talented, amazing individual. That, again, I can't believe that I actually got you to play this with us. So please support John, and if you haven't picked up, listened to Tales of the Left Hand, what's wrong with you? Like, just remedy that, fix that right now. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So that is pretty much all I got. Unless does anybody have anything that they would like to share, or no? Okay. So with that, I guess we will get back into the game. Alrighty. So let's get some mood music going here. So, last we met, you had all made your way through the Tribord Trail to the location marked on your map by the eccentric, strange, odd druid Rydolph that you helped in the ruins of Thundertree. Making your way to the location, prior to actually getting to where you believed Cragmaw Castle would be, you set up camp, and thankfully, through a number of decent rolls, were able to ascertain that there was something, or somebody, or a couple of somethings or somebodies, making their way over to your camp. Turned out that it was a number of hobgoblins along with an ogre, which you definitely defeated heartily. Warple taking one of them down with an amazing boomerang strike.
Don't discount the fucking weird weapons, man. Don't discount them.
and Bocek with surprising grapple of this ogre through a number of rounds. Just made it easy for both Basha and Drovar to kind of whittle this ogre down and finally bring it down. The hobgoblins offering little to no resistance. The one you took hostage to interrogate was somewhat helpful. But you were able to determine, thanks to a great survival check from Drovar, that you could probably follow the tracks, especially the broken trees left by the ogre, and make your way to where they came from. By nightfall, it seemed that you were possibly at the location of Cragmaw Castle, but decided to make your way back to your camp for the evening, rest up, and see what possibly was in store for you the next day. And so currently, you have just bedded down for the evening. You begin to take watch, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so who's taking first, second, and third watches?
I think I'll go in the middle again, because I don't have any spell casting that I need to prepare, so I can.
I'll take first watch. Knack can see in the dark.
Okay.
Bocek take last watch. You give chance to make breakfast.
Okay.
I sleep through the night.
I don't think we should make breakfast, Bocek. We don't want to make any smells or smoke this close to the castle.
How say in your language? Charcuterie board? I make charcuterie board?
I mean, or we could just eat good berries, but that's fine. We need a
leave some good berries. I make a little bit of jam. We put them on plates. I put with dried meats and other preserved goods.
Yes, charcuterie board. Yes.
Yeah, but
all right, shark tooth board. All right.
Since we're on a hunt, we should definitely have a cold camp tonight.
All right.
Okay. So Gorple and Knack take the first watch. So if you could roll a perception check for both yourself and Knack.
Would this be at disadvantage since I don't have dark vision?
Yes.
me?
Yes.
I got a 14, Knack got a 9.
Okay. So Knack, not being exactly a land creature, but trying to stay by you as best she possibly can. She does kind of try to, kind of waddle over to you. Her wings kind of folded in to her chest slightly, and she does her best throughout the evening to not make any loud, sudden noises. And she succeeds for the most part, but she does, in her waddling, she does break a few branches that possibly could be considered loud.
I would say that instead of us, we probably would be up in the tree near our camp because she flies and I can climb, so we're kind of just chill up there to kind of look down the broken tree line to see if anyone's coming, and hopefully using the moonlight to like give a little bit of like sight.
All right, fair enough. So you spend your time actually in the tree. It is again difficult for you to kind of see in the dark, but you're trusting that Knack could probably see enough for both of you at that point. And she is, she is what she is. So occasionally, she does have to spread her wings to kind of stretch them out, and she does kind of break against some branches, and some leaves fall over the course of the day. But nothing too loud, or nothing that you wouldn't expect in the middle of a forest from any kind of creatures nesting in trees. She just kind of like you kind of see her outline just constantly, just head kind of twitching and looking around. But she does not actually alert you to anything out of the ordinary during the course of your watch. And thankfully, nothing seems to be amiss.
All right, before I end my watch, I will use my last 2 spell slots and call upon the words of growth and nutrients, and grow some jungle berries, and I'll use my last 2 spell slots for good berry.
Okay.
And then and then I'll leave for near Bocek, like near where Bocek is gonna do breakfast.
Yeah.
And then I will wake Drovar as I'm like finishing up pouring my water into my basin.
Gotcha.
All right, quiet night.
So far, so good. I mean, Nak's probably going to fly around a bit and then find a tree to settle in, but we didn't see anything.
All right, watch the trees. So he gets the axe up and sets it on his shoulder, and he's watching.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is disconcerting for you more so than in the past. And there is a part of you that does understand it is the nature of this axe. It still doesn't help knowing that, though. These trees definitely seem to be out to get you and your party.
Yeah, the axes pointed things out that I'm just kicking myself I never noticed before. It's like...
So please make a perception check for me.
Okay. Natural 20. My
Nice.
paranoia works for me today.
Yeah. For a total of
20.
20. Okay. All right, fair enough. So yeah, so you start to pace around a little bit, doing your best to kind of like watch the perimeter of the camp. Occasionally, you do hear some noise from the top of a couple of trees. Prepare for a strike, but then are able to see that it's just Nak kind of flying from tree to tree. You seem pretty satisfied at the very least that Nak is not only watching out and kind of giving you some backup, but probably either breaking some pretty decent amount of branches in those trees, showing those trees what for. And so you're pretty happy with that.
He gets it. Yeah, Yumi. We get it. Yeah.
And occasionally you do see Nak kind of look down like directly at you during a couple of flights, but does not screech in the way that you've known her to in the last day that you've met her.
Right. Okay. He just lets the night go on by, finishes up. He's like, gives the trees around one last look. It's like, all right, no funny business. We'll all get through this night alive. Okay. I wake up Bocek.
All right. So you bed down for the evening. Bocek, it is now your turn. And watch. Please make a perception check for me. Do you have... Remind me again, I always forget. Goliaths have dark vision, yes?
No.
Oh, so this would be a disadvantage. I apologize, yeah.
All right, so with disadvantage, it is a 3.
3. So, this time Drovar didn't give you any instructions. So you take it upon yourself to kind of get to know each of the trees in the area. There's no specific group of trees this time. So you're not limited the way you were last time. Last time you felt like your hands were a little tied because it was just like that specific group of trees. But this time, as you kind of walk around the camp, You go, hello, how are you? And you kind of introduce yourself to each tree. They don't seem as talkative or as entertaining as the previous group of trees in your mind. But they're not rude. They kind of accept. You get the feeling that they accept your greetings to them and just acknowledge that you're there. But over the course of the Knack does actually rest in one of the trees over the course of the evening. You can kind of hear the rustling in one of the larger trees, maybe about 10 feet off from your camp. But you kind of like wait to hear her screech, but she doesn't. And you kind of figure that's probably a good sign. It's probably a good sign. But occasionally you do, you start to sit down. You figure, you've got some time. The trees will probably warn you if there's any kind of problems. And you kind of sit back and you begin to kind of doze lightly. Not a complete sleep, but you feel pretty kind of secure in the area. And you begin to hear what sounds like rushing water. And you look around and you don't see any water. You hear what sounds like bees buzzing around you. The chirps of birds as if dawn was coming, but it's still nighttime. And then right in front of you, you see what looks like a bubble, like this multicolored bubble. And you go to poke it, and it pops. And then another one kind of comes, and then another, and then another. And you look around, and you are completely surrounded by these multicolored rainbow bubbles. And as much as you pop them, and they all pop as you touch them, you just eventually find yourself completely surrounded by them until you cannot see your camp. You cannot see your companions. You can't even see the tree that you were leaning behind. And you start to panic for a moment. And then the bubbles begin to subside. And you find yourself in that glade again. But there's a non-sourceless light, like emanating from the area. Your companions are nowhere to be found. But now you can see where the water's rushing from. It's rushing from that small little water fountain into that pond. And you lean over to the pond. Make a perception check for me.
Still at disadvantage or now?
No, just straight perception.
18.
18. You can see these large fish swimming around, multicolored fish. Do you go to try to grab one? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Make this would be an acrobatics check. Actually, just straight dex.
19.
19. Yeah, you go and you grab one and you pull it out, and you watch as not only is it now gasping for air, but the color on it is it's like this bright, vibrant green. And as you turn it around to look at it, and you can see, it looks almost like similar to like a catfish or a koi. And as you turn it, and its mouth is as it's trying to breathe, you look at its eyes, and it has these large, massive eyes that should not be on this fish. One is pointed looking this way, and the other is looking that way. And as you kind of like, what the hell is this? And you kind of push it back, the eyes kind of and just bounce. And then
sashimi for breakfast.
And then the fish stops gasping and then just smiles at you. And you hear from the fish, "Hi, Bojack, how are you?"
I'm all right. Your breakfast now, and I pull out my fish knife.
You go to pull out your fish knife, it's not there.
Well, fuck.
Oh, Bojack, you're so silly. I'm not breakfast. But I could be.
And then you watch as the fish just turns into those multicolored bubbles in your hand.
Who are you? As far as I know, you are named Creepy Sky Clown, but now you Fish Clown.
No. My name is Lyra. And I've been watching you.
Like, how much watching Bochek?
Oh, I've been watching you since you were never really tiny. But yeah, when you were young, I think is a better way to put it. But I've been watching you since you were young, because you're so much fun.
Please ignore everything done between ages 13 and now.
But those are the best parts, Bojack.
Bochek need adult.
So, and as you kind of look around, you can actually see this large deer with this huge rack of horns and large googly eyes. And then a small raccoon kind of comes up, also large googly eyes. And they all open their mouth and they all begin to talk at the same time. And you can hear the fish. You see the fish's heads pop up out of the stream. And they all begin to talk in unison to you.
Bojack, you are our favorite. And because you're our favorite, that means we're watching over you. And if you ever need some fun help, all you have to do is ask.
Do you want some beer?
Actually, beer would actually be really good.
And you watch as the deer and the raccoon kind of walk up to you and they go and just open their mouths wide, waiting for you to give them beer.
I give them the, I saved one bottle of the Goodberry beer, and I give it away.
Okay. So you start pouring the beer into the deer's mouth, into the raccoons. You turn, and you can actually see three of the fish. One is green, one is purple, one is like this bright, vibrant orange. They have their mouths kind of like open. You kind of pour some of the beer in until the beer is gone. And then as you're finished up and you're like, oh, that's it. Again, they all begin to talk to you in unison.
We knew you'd understand, Bojack. So, yeah, just you keep being you. But if you need me, just remember, call out for me. And if I can help, I will.
I don't understand in the least, but you have good night. Can I go cook breakfast now?
Sure you can. Bye, Bojack.
And all the animals just all wave to you. You see the fins of the fish are just kind of like, it is like a very surreal, creepy Disney movie. And as they're waving to you, the bubbles begin to kind of swirl around you again until you can't see them, and they begin to dissipate. And you're exactly where you were when this all happened, sitting against a tree in your campsite, your companions sleeping around you. Still dark. But thankfully, throughout the rest of your watch, nothing happens. You begin to make breakfast for your companions. But before that happens, Grovar, as you were sleeping after your watch for the evening, your eyes open and you find yourself in that hall again with the dwarven statues around you. The floor doesn't seem as littered with broken stone as it once was when you first arrived here. But you are once again in the center of the stone floor, kind of sleeping. You begin to get up, and you can see that one statue in the center.
I'll walk up to it.
As you do, the other statues begin to glow and seem to kind of walk on the air, once again merging into this single statue. Now taking the form of that dwarven figure with the jagged armor. And he just kind of stands before you, big smile. You can actually see it through his massive beard, kind of looking down at you. He's only maybe an inch or two taller than you. He's not, he's not massive, but still kind of looking down at you with this big, just pride in his eyes.
Can I do something for you?
Yeah, boyo. Good work on the dragon. Really, it's wonderful. Wonderful work. Just wanted to make sure that you knew you're doing us all proud.
I'm trying.
You're doing more than trying. You're succeeding, but just keep it up. I know you've got a lot ahead of you right now, and you're going to be meeting up with probably some pretty bad nasties. So just, I want you to be careful, but also don't be afraid to take the first shot.
Oh, got no problem with that.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But like I said, I wanted to make sure you knew you really are doing us all very proud.
Just wait and see. I got more coming.
Oh, we're always with you, boyo.
And with that, you kind of see the other statues. He begins to kind of step back onto the pedestal that he once was on. The other statues begin to emerge from him, taking their place. And you find your eyes begin to kind of start to get heavy. And you fall back to sleep. As you wake in the morning, you look down and your arms are completely covered in tattoos from your shoulder all the way up to your shoulders. And they look like barbed wire almost, but it's more organic. It seems to have like almost a thorny vine, but the vines, the thorns themselves are also not only jagged, but they have jagged thorns on them as well. It's beautiful. But they're just reaching all the way up to your shoulders.
All right. He nods, just kind of, oh, well, that happened. Heads over to see what Bochek's putting together for breakfast.
Okay. Asha,
Yes.
as you were sleeping and resting for the evening, the whole party not only got a very good rest, but you had an interesting evening as well. Because before you actually woke during the evening, you did wake because you found yourself very, very cold. And you went to kind of cover yourself at some point to kind of, make yourself just a tad warmer. You couldn't find your blanket. You couldn't find... And as you kind of open your eyes and kind of rub them to get the sleep out of them, you looked around and you were not where you went to bed. You are in a snowy area. There's just a layer of snow, and you can see now why you are so cold. Your breath is just turning you can almost see it crystallize in the air. It's that cold. And you can feel now that, your teeth are starting to chatter, and you're just kind of looking around, and you don't see your companions anywhere. And the snow is heavy. You can't see maybe 5 feet in front of you. The snow is coming down so heavy. But oddly enough, it's not coming down where you are. You're not being covered by it. But it's cold. It's very, very cold. Make a perception check for me, please.
That should be a 14.
14. There is not so much a snowstorm as it is just heavy snow falling. And you can hear maybe about 20 feet ahead of you where you are what sounds like heavy crunching in the snow. And the sound seems to be coming towards you. And as you kind of trying to make your way and you're kind of squinting to kind of see through the snow, you see a massive shadow just kind of making its way through the snow towards you. What do you do?
Reach for my spell book. Like, I need spell book. Yeah,
Okay.
where are you?
You reached out for your spell book and it's not there.
Who are you? Where am I? What is this?
Okay. So you call out and you say this, and as you do, the shadow stops. And you kind of hear all around you.
No, don't worry. It's Jan. You are safe.
Jan?
And the shadow, as you say that and you question it, the shadow now becomes a little clearer as it begins to come towards you. And stepping out of the snow, you see this 14 to 15 foot humanoid with blue skin and wearing all furs. And as you look up, the face is just this massive white and silver beard that kind of comes down to like the mid clavicle. And there is a large scar across one of the eyes, and the eye itself is just ruined. It is just, there's no eye in the socket. And the hair is just completely bald on top with a large singular braid going down and actually wrapping around its neck. Also white. There is a massive battle axe hanging from its belt. And as this humanoid steps forward, he kind of looks down at you, and he just kind of big, like very genuine, happy to see you grin on his face, and just kind of looks down at you, goes,
It is so nice to now finally meet you face to face.
I did not know this was possible. Also, I knew you were big spellbook, but you are like big, so tall. You are like bigger than Bocek.
Well, it is how you say, very strange story. But you are, actually, I am still small spellbook, but you actually see me as I once was.
Like when you were person? Or not, whatever. Yeah, when you were alive? I guess.
It is kind of how you say, foggy, but this is a form I once had, I think is the best way to say.
Well, what does this mean? Why am I seeing you now?
Oh, we are becoming more bonded. We are learning from each other. I learn from you how best to serve you and make you a more powerful wizard. So I thought it was probably a good time for us to see each other.
Well, that is good news then. DM, can I roll to like see if I can figure out like what what this guy is? Like what's
Yeah,
his
sure.
feature?
I would say make a general intelligence check for me.
Well, that's great because that's a 19 on the die, so 20,
Okay.
23.
Oh yeah, you've read about creatures like this before. This is a frost giant,
Whoa.
without a doubt. You've seen pictures, you've read about them. The pictures depicted them as being this tall with the same color skin, granted with some different features and such. But this is absolutely a frost giant.
Well, Jan the Frost Giant, is very nice to meet you. I will admit it is a bit cold here, but otherwise I am very happy to see you too. This is nice to see the person behind who I've been speaking to all the time.
Oh, I am so sorry. The cold does not affect me.
And he just kind of waves his hand, and as he does, all of the snow just melts all around you, and you suddenly don't feel the cold anymore.
Oh, yes, this is very good. This is nice. So she'll like kind of like shuffle over to a rock and sit down and be like, "Okay, so now what? What do we talk about?"
Whatever you would like. This is just more introduction, so you understand more about me as your spellbook, and then I understand more about you and how best to serve you.
Okay. Well, yeah. How does a frost giant come to be inside of a spellbook? Is it like another long story? Or you said it's kind of foggy. You don't really remember.
It is very weird. I honestly don't remember why or how I was in this form. But I know this feels correct. But don't misunderstand me. I am very happy to be your spellbook.
That is good. I am happy to have you as my spellbook too. You are a great conversationalist, Jan.
Thank you. But as I say, this is just from my limited understanding. This is just how we will get to know each other better.
Okay. Well, ask questions. What do you want to know? And I'm assuming, we can talk.
Okie doke.
So over the course of the next, you're actually not sure how long. It seems like maybe a few hours. You actually begin to talk with Jan, and Jan begins to talk with you. And the general impression, actually make an insight check for me, please.
That was not so good. Hold on. That's only a 10 insight.
Actually, that's actually good enough. It's very clear to you after talking with him at length, he really doesn't understand. Like, when you ask him about why he's a spellbook or why he's a frost giant, he seems genuinely confused by those questions and more upset that he can't give you an answer.
Yeah, once she realizes that it's kind of going nowhere, like maybe after like the third time, she'll stop because she doesn't want to you don't want to upset a magical object that you might currently be inhabiting subconsciously, so she's kind of
Right.
I don't want to annoy this magical object that I may or may not be trapped inside with right now, so I'll stop asking, but she'll make a note of it to maybe write Eben about it later if he's not already spying right now.
Okay. All right. So about the end of your conversation, and most of it, and if you want to roleplay it, we can roleplay it. It's up to you.
I mean, I'm assuming most of it's just like them talking about, like he's just asking her questions, right? Think about like who she is and what she wants, kind of a thing, or.
More in terms, I guess.
Well, what I really would want to understand and know more is, while you are a mage of the scribes, do you want to, are you looking to become more directly a specific type of wizard, or should we just kind of be, jack of all trades? Like, we a little bit of this, little bit of that.
I mean, I've always found that jack of all trades is handy because it seems to be what is needed, but that also comes from me, being a mom, so it's like, oh, I have to have whatever I need for kids, But now that I'm out in the world, sometimes, I don't know, I've noticed that I seem to be, like, fighting a lot more. Like, fighting things and using spells that are damaging spells, I guess, which is interesting. I did not expect that of myself. I want to be able to do things to protect myself and my companions, certainly, and get us through. I'm not sure what is best for that.
Well, this is why I ask. Because, by the way, your daughter is very beautiful. Both of them, very intelligent.
Thank you.
You seem to be very good mother.
Oh, thank you. That makes me so happy. Yes, they are good girls. And,
But
Kajo-
you want to come back alive to them. So
Yes, I do.
So
That's
maybe
what my husband did.
maybe focus on either protective magics or probably evocation magics. Either protect you and your friends, especially yourself, and I'm not going to lie, protect your very, very valuable spellbook. But also, maybe just kill them as fast as possible so they don't hurt you either.
That's kind of my thought, yes. Just get it done and over with as quickly as possible from as far away as possible.
So excellent. So that's pretty much all I really wish to know currently. That way I can help you as the best I can.
I appreciate that. That is good. Because, they kind of just drop you out of wizard college and expect you to, know your way around things, but, it's not exactly, spelled out anywhere for you,
I understand. As far as I know, this is my first time being a spellbook.
Well, then there you go. We are in this together. First time learning new things.
We learn and grow together. But
Yes.
next time, if I will not do this for you, this is how you say, the one-time deal. From now on, if you wish to speak with me like this, just before you go to sleep, or if you wish to meditate, just focus on me, your spellbook, and what you wish that you wish to speak with me, and then we can do this. I will not be able to do this again.
That is very fair. All right, I will keep that in mind.
Okay, very well. I am sorry to interrupt your sleep, Basha, so you get some rest.
Thank you, Jan, and you too.
Good night.
Good night.
And you watch as he turns around and just kind of walks back into the snow. You kind of look around well, what do I do now? And you your eyelids begin to get heavy and you fall back to sleep. The next time you awaken, it's now morning. And you can see Bocek putting together his little board of berries and cheeses and whatever else Bocek is putting together for your breakfast. Gorple, as you awake, Knack just kind of flies down. She's kind of perches at the edge of your tub. But that she's so heavy she'll probably flip it, but she's got her wings up and she's just kind of lightly flapping to kind of give herself she doesn't put all her weight on it, but she's just kind of there waiting for you.
I get out and I'm shivering because we didn't have a fire last night, and I normally push this bath up against the fire, and I'm this backing's the worst, and I can dry myself off. And I'm just really cranky this whole. Oh, I need some coffee. Just give me the beans. I don't need to drink it because we don't have a fire. That's all right.
Basha's gonna pull the jar carefully out of the bag and be 3 beans. That's all you get. 3 beans.
I just fucking take them with my tongue.
Before you do that.
Yeah, and much like a Much like a squirrel on speed, Gorple is now bouncing around, getting shit done as fast as he possibly can.
It's still so cold, but at least I'm doing things faster. Ah!
Oh
How many
boy.
did you give him?
Just 3. We will work on dosage. We will
Try-
figure
try
out
2
We'll try
tomorrow.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, let's. All right, come on down. Come. No.
All
That's
right.
further
Now
up.
I'm dry.
Okay.
Okay. I start putting on my leather armor. Oh, it's so cold. I hate this place. We should burn it. Just burn it on fire.
Drovar would be fine with burning this place, I'm sure.
No, definitely.
Oh,
Definitely. Do you ever think? Yeah, I just look at Bosch. It's like, do you ever think, a few months back, you'd wake up to watch a naked frog boy running around, the camp trying to dry himself off because you gave him too
Oh,
much
it's so
coffee?
cold, don't you? I don't understand. You're all covered in hair. This is why you're fine. It's so cold here.
No, but I did
Yeah.
not also picture that I would be inside my spellbook talking to Jan last night either, because that happened. I had a weird dream. Also, do you have more tattoos? What happened? Did you see Tattoo Man while
Oh,
we
yeah. Apparently, my ancestors think I'm doing pretty good, killing the dragon, killing the ogre. My folk hate those guys. Just keep on hacking them up and
So they grant you more tattoos if you do well? That's interesting. That's like cool.
I might be getting more attention from the ancestors. Maybe I can,
Yes,
we'll
Bocek?
see.
Bocek, sorry, he failed at watch. He get kidnapped during watch.
Wait, what?
Kidnapped.
By whom?
Yes. Crazy sky clown. Her name apparently Lyra.
Lyra. Why that sounds familiar?
Lyra.
Anybody who would like to make a religion check?
What the hey?
If you're not proficient,
Wow.
it would be at
Not
disadvantage.
represent. Ooh.
I actually am. And I got a 17.
Okay, 17.
There's no atheists in foxholes. So
Okay. 1 second. I'm trying to get my notes out.
Basha has no idea.
All right. Gorple, did you try or?
Yeah, I got a 5, but I probably also don't care about these human gods or whatever they are.
Okay.
I also got a 5, and I probably think I know what it is, but I don't know what it is.
Okay. So Trovar, during your stint in the military, you and some of your compatriots would occasionally, during downtime, essentially visit the houses of lady favors. And you definitely remember the name Lyra because one of them that you actually visited was dedicated specifically to this goddess, who is known as the Joybringer, the Mistress of Revels, and Our Lady of Joy. She is essentially a lesser deity, and this is probably, Basha, why you are somewhat, like the name sounds familiar, that she was an exarch of Soon. And she's actually responsible for the Sphere of Joy, which essentially did not exist before Lyra. And many concubines, many individuals who are dedicated to her are dedicated to essentially bringing joy and happiness to every single individual that they encounter, regardless of who they may be.
okay, so Drover thinks for a second. It's like, I know somebody who honored that. It's a goddess.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Wonder where
Yeah, there
that
was
comes
one fellow in my unit. He basically he prayed to anything that'd keep him alive. Try everything. But he'd go into him a little bit. And one of the times we were on leave, he's like, "Oh, wait a minute! I've started. I lived through the last battle. I was praying to Lyra, and so I thought I'd look into it a bit more. And so he headed off to, got to keep an eye on him. And so we went off to a temple of theirs, which
Oh, temple. Oh, nice.
also they provide services, and we availed ourselves of those.
What sort of services the temple? Like oracle kind of thing?
Stuppin'. They were scrumping, that was their thing. Yeah.
So
But it was all about being.
It was for donations.
It was all in good fun. It was a lot of fun. Everybody was having a really good time. There was, a lot of laughing.
I gotta chaperone him, make sure he's okay going in there.
Yeah,
I see
a lot
you
of,
have to go in with him.
Yeah, well, you just gotta check these things out, and then you find out, oh well, not a bad place. I'll stick around for a bit, sure. I'll hear your sermon. Oh, clothes are coming off. Oh, okay. Well, I'm definitely listening. So yeah, she's the joy bringer. That's her.
That's why I've heard of her. Okay.
Yeah.
She's related to Soon. That makes a lot of sense now.
All right, well,
That's my goddess, Soon stuff.
Stripper Clown says that I'm her favorite.
Well, that's
That's a good place to be, Bochek.
And that she help us if we need. But Bochek no understand what that means. She show up and do dance?
I mean, I'm not,
who knows what a
maybe
deity
if
will
you
do?
ask- But that means you're in the deity's favor. That's crazy good, Bochek. That's I can't even tell you how wonderful that is.
Yes, I give her beer. She was fish. I tried
Oh,
cooking her. Then she was deer with great rack. Horn.
Oh, yeah, that
Horns.
can happen.
yeah.
Rack of horns.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
you do bring joy. You helped out your bosses, and you tried to bring people into the light to work and be good people, and you also just give away beer like a crazy person sometimes. And you
make us all happy.
you like to have a good time. I mean, I guess I don't really understand how gods work, because my god, there's a god that I know, and it's all about murdering people, and it's pretty cool. And then there's also a god about drowning people, and that's pretty cool too. And enslaving people. No, they're not really great. My gods aren't as cool as yours.
Okay,
Wow.
so given an example, whether it become murderer or stripper, Bochek think maybe he becomes stripper.
You definitely got the ad for it.
You'll make good money.
I think it's a little bit more about being, let's face it, you're the most cheerful son of a bitch I've ever met. I think it's the smile that did it.
You always smile.
Not any of the other stuff, just,
But I think
hey, if we're in trouble, hey, call up. Maybe she'll tell them a joke and we can escape while they're laughing. I
Or
don't
maybe
know.
she'll force them all to get naked, and while that's happening, we murder them.
okay, that's weird, but okay.
Well,
Bochek wildly uncomfortable.
I think if a god once says, hey, I like you, well, okay. Who knows how that's going to work out?
All
Could
right.
be a worse god.
So check the Xbox on the "Do you like me too?" note.
Yes.
Well,
So
it looks-
as you all begin to look at each other uncomfortably, trying to figure out what the hell is Bochek talking about, but clearly he had some kind of interaction with possibly Lyra. I mean, you've never known Bochek to lie to all of you. Is there anything that you want to do prior to continuing your day?
all right. Well, you
No,
got
I
the
think-
good. I give out 4 good berries to everyone, and I leave those 4 extra for Bochek to make so we have breakfast.
All right.
Good berries.
All right.
Okay, now I'm going to make myself coffee. No, you can't have more.
Remember, you got to make sure you don't create smoke, and give me more. I'll just steal it from you if you don't give it to me now.
Also, she's gonna check on the portrait of her children like she always does, and her Soon necklace, and do her own
Yep.
meditation things. And that's pretty much her morning with over the cup of coffee that she is trying to not let Gorple have. I'm just gonna hold it up above your head. That's it.
I leap onto your shoulders.
Are we really doing this? Are we really doing this? Okay. I want. Yeah. So I want Gorple. I want you to make me an acrobatics check, and Basha, since you're playing keep away, I would like for you to roll either athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Great, they're both +0, so let's see what happens. Yay, acrobatics.
All right.
Hey, I rolled okay. I rolled a 16.
I got a 19.
That's
Yeah, he without question just jumps on your shoulders, grabs the beans out of you. He's got him. Yeah.
Gotta be. These things are great. They make you hyper focused. We could do anything right now. Let's go. Woo!
Wait, we're going? Let's go! Bocek sprints into the woods.
There's a snare. Slow down. Oh, he's gonna get caught.
Absolutely caught the snare.
What is all right? So Gorple, what does he have to roll against that snare?
I guess
okay.
that's up to you.
Okay,
Because
all right.
it's a snare trap. So whatever you want to say is the
Yeah.
next.
All right, so make me, so Bocek, make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
14.
Okay. You take off right into the forest, going exactly the way you all went the evening before, and it's right about the time you hear that you remember. Oh shit! And you just your leg just gets pulled, and you just get yanked, and you can hear the cracking of the tree under Bocek's immense weight, but it still takes him. And as you all chase him to try and stop him, clearly too late, you can see him just dangling from this rope, one leg tied up, blood rushing to his head. He's turning, now since he's already like a light gray, he's turning like a purplish color in his face at the moment.
Get him down.
We'll get him down. Just saying, I think, well, Lyra's going to get a heck of a chuckle out of this one. Okay.
Also,
take out
very good net trap, I said.
It was very effective. Well, it saves us the trouble of having to disable it, I suppose.
Here, I'll
She's,
untie it. I don't want you
notes.
chopping my road.
Learn
Gotta
Featherfall.
cut the tree down.
No, Bocek, you're gonna fall now, and I'll untie it from the base. So just
Okay. So Bocek, as he unties it, you fall taking 5 bludgeoning damage. As you kind of like hit your head on a rock, as you fall. Doesn't cut you or anything, but it smarts something awful. But you're down. You don't feel that rush to your head anymore.
These goblins are trickier than I thought.
Yeah,
All right. Okay.
okay.
Think
Well-
we're ready to move on.
All right. Remember, we need to take it slow. Be quiet. Remember, we want to get there at pre-dawn, so that we can have the element of the surprise. Well, that's why we're moving now.
Yeah, and you recall, the night before it took you about an hour to get there, just moving at a regular stealthy pace. So I'm going to assume that you're going to go at a stealthy pace rather than. Okay, so I need everybody to roll a stealth check for me, please. And also one for Knack as well. So Basha, you said 16. Okay. Gorple and Knack.
13 for Gorple, 16 for Neck.
Okay. Drovar.
15.
15. And Bocek.
9.
Yeah, that hit to your head, Bocek, as you fell. Like, it really smarts. And you're not paying attention as you're just practically breaking every branch that you're stepping on as you're moving forward because you're just like and you're just kind of moving forward, trying to nurse that. But thankfully, your companions are kind of like every now and then kind of grabbing your arms and kind of shifting you before you actually step on a rather large dry branch that would probably crack and echo more than anything else. And because of them, thankfully,
No, this way. All right, take one of those damn good berries, all right? Come on. Your Gronin's gonna wake up half the forest.
you take a good berry. Alright, so yeah, roll your health. Make sure you roll your one hit. Oh, you get your one hit point back. So now you're down 4 instead of 5.
There's enough eyes on us already.
The trees are not looking at you, Drovar. It's okay.
Oh,
They're looking at you,
eyes.
Drovar.
They know.
Okay.
They know.
Really quick, before we get too close and I can't whisper to you all, what was the plan with getting in? Do you want me to try to use suggestion on the guards to make them go away?
So, I think the problem is we didn't really get sight on the place
Right.
before.
It was too dark.
So,
Yeah.
if we want to get there with a little bit of the pre-dawn, scout around it, see if there's a good entrance. Honestly, if we can find a wall, I can climb it and secure a rope.
Okay.
If we can find a good unguarded section. But
Yeah.
we don't know. There's probably a door, but I feel like that's going to be guarded. So
Yeah.
I think kind of getting eyes on the place with the light, especially with pre-dawn, they're probably going to be asleep, and there'll be some guards, I imagine. But let's kind of see what we get there.
That's good.
We just got to get there, and then we can make our plan.
Okay. So, over the course of the next hour, thankfully, you make your way with, again, course correcting bow check every now and then, but you're able to make it there without any issue. And you find your way back to the edge of the clearing. And you can all now very clearly, the sun is just starting to make its way higher into the sky, so you do absolutely get a very, very clear view of what looks like a ruined castle. The castle itself consists of 7 crumbling towers of different sizes and heights, but the upper stories are all in varying states of collapse. A short flight of steps leads up to a terrace in front of the main entryway from where you can see. It's maybe about 150, 200 feet from where you currently are at. Past the wreckage, you would actually have to, you can't really see, but you can kind of see these large, massive doors just kind of broken on the ground in a heap. To actually see further in, you would definitely have to get in closer. The round towers around the entranceway have dark arrow slits looking down on the terrace. So that's what you see.
We don't see any actual beings of any sort camped outside, standing out front. It still looks like just an empty ruin at this point.
All of you make perception checks for me.
No, I'm too worried about the trees.
What'd you get, Drovar?
5.
5. Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
less worried about the trees.
the
but worried
trees-
about what's up ahead.
Yeah, the trees are really looking at you hard, Drovar, hard. Basha, what'd you get?
8.
8. Bocek.
3.
3. Jeez. Gorple.
I also bombed. I got an 11.
11. As far as all of you can see, this is just a ruined castle. You don't see any indications of individuals, creatures, nothing. It's just a ruined stone castle and not much else around it.
All right.
I will say the interesting thing is that 100 to 150 feet from where you all are to the castle itself, there are no trees surrounding the castle. It is just open You can see rocks. You can see patches of bare grass and ground. Kind of as far as you can see. But it seems like all around there are no trees. Maybe, like I said, about 150 to 100 feet from the actual castle itself outward.
Somebody had the right idea.
I mean, this is smart. Here, I'm gonna send Knack to kind of do aerial circle, maybe fly high enough to look like a bird. With not to the trained eyes, see what she sees, have her land somewhere that's not where we are, and then make her way through the wooded area back to us.
All right.
And then I'll speak to her and find out what she knows.
All right. I mean, it looks abandoned. Maybe it's like the manor, and there's like, it's all like chambers and stuff underneath, and like this upper part's not habitable.
I was thinking that. I was also thinking that with the way the arrow slits are in that building, it's right on the terrace, so you can't sneak up on the terrace without getting shot from the window if you're not.
I'd rather not go through open ground, not knowing if there are people in there. That seems like a really bad idea.
So let's see if one of the other sides maybe has a nice blank wall with no windows that we can come up, and if you can get up there, we can get up above and look down.
All right. Yeah. I guess we'll use the woods to circle.
Okay, so you're gonna kind of circle around and try and get a better idea. Okay. Let's see. All right, so I need you all to make another round of stealth checks for me, please. Basha, what'd you get?
Only got a 9. That was really bad.
9. Bocek?
At 20 for a 23.
Nice. Gorple?
23, and Knack got a 9.
Drovar?
17.
Okay. So as you're all coming from the east, where you are facing this castle. Which way are you going to start circling? Are you gonna start going north and then heading around, or are you gonna go south and head around?
That doesn't. I mean,
I don't think it matters.
6 one, half dozen the other.
Yeah, east is where the sun is rising, so they'd be looking into the sun from there. Yeah, we're already coming from there. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I guess we'll circle north.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
It sounds like, yeah.
All right. You said you were gonna send Knack ahead of you.
So my thought was I was gonna send Knack, like we were gonna start moving, and then I was gonna send her to just fly out of the woods above, and kind of do a like hawk circle to kind of see who's in there, and then fly into the other side of the woods where we would eventually meet up with her.
Okay. Okay. So you begin moving as a group through the forest. This time, Basha, you actually your robes start to get snagged on some of the branches and bushes, kind of like breaking some of the dry twigs and but also you're just like
Plant it this here. Ow, ow. Ripping my robe. No.
But the rest of your party's like, shh, just like, you make your way around what seems to be like the first round, first tower, the crenellations, on the northern side. And one of the first things you can see, very clearly is that within one of these walls, it seems to be absolutely collapsed. It's still pretty high. The wall itself seems to be about maybe 10 to 15 feet high, but it's mostly rubble now. That's just kind of like spilling down onto the ground, leading upwards into what looks like to be into this tower. I need you all to make perception checks for me, please. Basha? 16. Bocek?
7.
7. Warple?
I showed up today with a natural 20 for 26.
Nice.
And depending on where Knack is at the time, he has a 21, or she has a 21.
21. Okay. And Drovar?
18.
All right. So, let's see. Yeah. Everyone except Bocek, unfortunately, sees that where the rubble is actually kind of like, sloped upwards to this broken wall. There seems to be an attempt of wooden slats to kind of shore up this broken part of the wall higher up. So you can't really see into the tower, but it's definitely what seems to be probably a weak point of getting in, which is it's not stone. It's definitely like just wood slats kind of put together. Warple, you can absolutely see that it is haphazardly put together, but you also see, along with Drovar and Basha, some shadows kind of move past this some of the open areas of these planks of wood. You can kind of see movement of some sort behind it.
Right there. You see that? Yeah. Okay. So they're not underground. Not all of them.
And there's definitely, like, the top of that wall is definitely open. Like, there is no, there's no attempt to have actually closed that part off, but it's open. And as you send Nak, continue further down, again, Basha, Gorpal, and Drovar, you see the movement stop, and then you watch an arrow shoot out from the ceiling, from the open area towards where Nak was. Thankfully, with her perception check and that she's high enough, they are going to roll at disadvantage, but they are absolutely trying to shoot at her. That is going to be one second. Does a 15 hit Nak?
That is the exact number you need to hit her with.
Okay. She takes 7 piercing damage. And as she gets hit, you all can hear in the distance, "Ah!" And she just continues, just past you, just keeps going.
Yeah, I imagine she's gonna fly into the woods for cover and like.
Yeah, and you eventually, as she just, and she's booking. I mean, she's got a flight speed of 60, so she is just booking, and eventually just disappears into the canopy of the trees.
And they're on alert.
And they have covering this straight away. I think it's dangerous. I think looking around this area, honestly, I would say coming from where we started, because that's where the sun's coming up. So any guards looking at us will be looking into the sun. We might be able to sneak quietly across, get to one of those towers, hang a rope, climb up. If the tops are open, hop in. That area, they're on alert. Like, they might not see us coming up.
But I just feel like this is an easy access point. I could be wrong, but I don't know.
I'm gonna bring up the map.
But it looks guarded. I'm
gonna bring up the map so you actually can see what it looks like, so you can be better informed. So hold on a second. All right. So currently, all right. Let's see if I can do this quick, dirty, and in a hurry. All right. So currently, you are actually much further out, but just for your purposes, so you can kind of still get an idea. You are all right around here, about, as I said, about 100 or so feet out. This is the area where Knack passed and was shot at. The crenellations and the towers themselves, and I'm just going to point them out here as well. Actually, yeah, this will probably be a little easier for you all to see. So you can kind of see where the archer points are in this tower. Oh, sorry. But that's pretty. This is pretty much what you're all kind of able to see at this point in time.
Well, let's keep going. Let's see if there's a better way in. This is right now not good options.
Okay.
All right.
Right, so we want to circle around, heading in that direction.
Okay. So you continue moving in that direction, and as you do, thankfully, and you essentially get this impression based on the fact that you actually passed the area that Knack was at, and there doesn't seem to be any arrows headed your way. But you can see more towers. These less in disrepair, but also more of what looks like these arrow slits, kind of facing down towards the direction that you were all at.
They have a lot of archers.
Listen, part of arrow slits are used to scare off people from approaching empty ground. We don't know how manned this fortress is or ruins are.
All right. So, what would you like to do from here?
I say we circle because we have that right now. Like, we're not caught. We're not in a rush. Well, we are, but we're not in that kind of rush to give away our tactics. Like, let's find the best way in. There's no point rushing in not knowing what's going on, especially if we know there are people with bows.
Yeah.
Okay. So you continue making your way around the area. And as you get to this area, I need you all to make another perception check for me, please. Basha?
20, not natural.
Okay. Bocek?
7.
7. Warple?
11.
11. Drovar?
10.
10. Okay. So all of you can actually see that in this area, there seems to be this seems to be a very heavily destroyed and broken part of the tower. The tower seems to be almost completely collapsed. And there's a bunch of rubble just kind of encompassing, and the rubble is substantial. It is almost the size, it's about half the size of what the tower wall used to be. And there does seem to, and it just really just seems to be completely destroyed. Once again, at this point, Basha, you can see that again there does seem to be some kind of like haphazard attempt to kind of shore up some of the walls further up onto the actual tower itself with just wooden planking and you know, things of that nature. But that's pretty much what the rest of you can see, except for you, Basha. As you're kind of looking at the rubble, there does seem to be what looks like a path leading up to the rubble, and then it just stops right in front of the rubble. But it just looks off to you. No one else can see this path. You just happen to kind of like just keep looking around and just you know the way that you can sometimes just out of the corner of your eye just kind of see something that you couldn't see looking straight on it. That's how you actually see this path. But where it just kind of stops at the rubble looks off.
I'm gonna tap Drovar next to me, and the other, you know, kind of look and be like, right, there's a path. Look, it's right. It's a little more to your left. It's right there. And it just kind of disappears into the rubble. It just stops. Do you see that? Look at that.
Yeah. Okay. This is well, if it's going right up to the rubble, does my dwarven experience with stone give me any sense as to like something's off over there?
You would have to get closer to kind of inspect it. But as Basha pointed out to you, you now can see this does look a little off. But it's just weird to you that this path would actually just stop at this rubble. It's just off to you.
Yeah. Am I checking something? I mean, I've got survival, like I have proficiency in it, so I'm gonna, you know, if we're kind of like at the end of the trail where it would come out to the woods, I want to kind of check around this area to see, are there tracks coming and going of things like maybe this is like they're using this path to come in and out of that castle, like to where we're standing.
Yeah, make a survival check for me.
Okay.
Gorple, you can make one if you'd like to.
18.
18. Gorple.
I also have proficiency in survival. Should
Oh,
that, so
yeah. Okay, go for it. Yeah. What'd you get, Gorple?
9.
9. Bocek?
that's another nat 20 for 23.
Okay, so Bocek, you watch as Drovar just kind of like he starts inspecting around, now that Basha has pointed out this path, and he just kind of starts looking around, and you're like, oh, I know what Drovar's doing, and you also begin to kind of look around, and between the both of you, you actually see a very fresh set, actually a number of fresh sets of footprints, heavy footprints, that seem to be not only leaving from the castle, but coming as well. And it seems like over the course of the last maybe day or so, there has been some traffic, but not for some hours. You can't make out exactly how many, but with the rolls that you both made, I would say you would guess pretty accurately maybe 4 to 5 sets of footprints, booted footprints, that have come and gone from this particular path.
Any sign of the big feet of the ogre?
No, actually.
Okay.
But they do look similar in size to the hobgoblins that you encountered. They're too small to be goblins.
Yeah.
People staring at ground. What are we looking at?
Yeah, they come in and out of here a lot. This is the way they're using to get into that place. You can see like the broken things here and the scuffing. It's different than the other stuff. That's a trail leading right to the castle. So it looks like a collapsed ruin, but there must be a way in over there somewhere that they're using.
Interesting. Should we go in this way or a different way?
I'd say this way.
There's nobody standing out front. We do have got that hour slit, but they've taken, I mean, if there's a hidden way, they're doing their best to, they don't want to draw attention to it by having guards out front of it. I mean, they're on alert. Wherever way we try to get in, they're going to be, it's going to start getting, if we make any noise, it's going to get wet, you know, and we're going to be fighting our way through stuff.
With my gift, once a day, I can make myself not be seen. If you want me to go ahead and look for a door, I can do that. However, once I use that, I can't use it later. So...
Well, they don't know we're here yet, so it might not be a bad idea. How long does it last?
An hour?
An hour. That sounds pretty good. And you've mentioned this before. It goes away if you do anything.
Yeah, if I attack anything or hit anyone or anything like that, it'll go away. And also, some things can still see me. Just because I'm invisible doesn't mean it's, like, undetectable, you know?
All right. Well, I don't have any other way of sneaking out, and that's an open field there. Any approach we make, if anybody's even, like, half looking, they're going to see us.
There's one other thing I could do, which I have not done. I could make an invisible servant open the door, but since we can't see the door, it's not like I can be like, open that door. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we don't know what the
Can-
door is. You know,
can
I'm not
your-
sure there is a door.
Hold on one second. Can your invisible servant blow a horn?
I don't see why not. If I tell it to, why?
Because I have a horn. We could send it to the opposite side of the castle. It could blow it. It doesn't have to be good, but it could draw attention that way when we make our way in through this entrance.
I really like that plan.
I don't know how things work,
Let
but
me see how far. Yeah, I'm not sure how far away from me it could be. Hold on.
You're
Let me
putting your
check
trust in
Jan-
her evil magic, are you?
now I'm putting my trust in an ambush.
It can only be 60 feet away from me.
Well, we could always. I don't know how to. 60 feet is not far. We could. It could be further back in the. Yeah, we don't want to draw attention.
Wait. Duh. No, let me. No, a good idea. Hold on. I become invisible, and I use that spell. It blows the horn on the other side. I run back to meet you here at the door.
60 feet. I'm not sure you could get that thing to the other side of the castle.
No, she is saying she goes 60 feet away from us while already invisible, giving creature extra 60 feet, so now creature 120 feet away. And then all she has to do is run back and meet us while she is invisible while we rush in.
Yeah, Wojciech gets
All
it.
right.
So the whole point would be you would go away, using your weirdness to hide yourself. You'd send your invisible friend to blow my horn farther away, maybe closer to the other side of the ruins that we could get. And then while that's happening, we would try to quickly get through whatever this passage is. And then you would somehow make it back to us in time, hopefully before the guards notice.
Here's the only downside I see of this. If they respond with a volley of arrows, I might get hit.
Well, okay, but you're going to be invisible. That's one thing. Two, if you've sent your little ghosty friend off and they're able to make some noise, then you can start moving to rejoin us as we're hoofing it out of the woods, because that's 100 feet for us to cross. So you'll probably be able to meet up with us right at the entrance, and then we go in together.
Not
We like
only
this
that,
plan.
a volley of arrows sent at what's your horn blowing creature That's still volley of arrows sent 60 feet away from you. You've got space to spare.
That's true.
The only downside to this plan is it announces that there is a threat in the area.
Yes, they will. They
So
will
then
be
everyone
following
will be
you,
on
but
high
this
alert.
also occurred to me.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, to be fair, they probably figured that out about 5 minutes after we got inside.
Yes, but
that's
five.
true.
Here's the only other plan.
Then
I
we'd
have.
be in.
The only other plan I have is I go invisible up to that door right now, see what's happening inside that door. They don't see anybody, so like I could peek inside and let you know what's there and come back, and just whisper at you.
Well, I think that's a better, if you've got enough time, if that magic lasts an hour, we could do both, but we'd have a better sense of a bit more
Yeah.
intelligence about
How
what's
long
in there.
does your weird invisible friend work?
I think it will stop working as soon as I run away from it, because if I stay 60 feet away, the minute I run, it's going
Can
to
it follow you?
Yes, it can follow me.
Well, I was just saying, can you summon your invisible friend and then turn invisible and do the plan, and then if we need him, he can blow the horn, and that way you're not visible again.
And
I mean,
yeah, also he
technically,
can do all sorts of things.
you
can
could
open
also
doors for us,
blow
you
a
can
horn
throw a stone
invisible.
down the hallway. Yeah, but then I'm gonna get
That's
shot.
fair.
See, I don't want
That's
to do
fair.
that. That's not the good. I don't like that plan. I'm not like strong like you. Like a couple arrows will just knock me out, and then you won't
I
even be able
don't
to see me.
even
Oh wait,
think. Do you
maybe you
remember
will.
that goblin fight? A couple of arrows knocked me out. What are you talking about?
All right.
So what's the
all
plan,
right,
guys?
So I'm going to use my necklace and become invisible now. I will still be able to speak to you, and I'm going to use my book. I'm going to use Jan to summon my invisible friend, like right away. Okay? Instead of 10-minute ritual. I don't want to waste 10 minutes. Does that
Yasha,
work for all of you?
Basha, I need you to make me a straight up intelligence check for me, please.
Oh, okay. Or are they both concentration? That's probably the answer. Hold on. 20.
20.
Not natural.
While the spell is in your locket, in your necklace, it is concentration, but casting any spell while invisible will break your invisibility.
Right, so I have to do that first. Right, okay. Strike that, reverse it. What I just said. I do the servant first. It's good
But
that
what's
I
the point?
have
Well, wait a
spell
minute.
book
If you
to
cast the
remind me.
servant, if you cast the servant, he blows the horn. Then we're all still back here in the woods.
No. I just am making him appear.
I think the point is that she's going to summon him in case we need him, or it. I
Okay.
don't know what the heck is happening. And then she is going to scout ahead. If we don't need it, we can send that distraction to kick some rubble 60 feet away.
That's what I'm saying. You can use it. It's
Okay.
helpful. All right, let me just do it. All right.
Okay, so
Jan,
unseen servant is
Jan.
not concentration. That's
No.
my.
Yeah.
Okay, there we
that
go.
was my
I thought they
question, 'cause
both
that's
were.
what I was thinking it was.
Okay.
No, it's not. But she's gonna pull out a little bit of. Oh, actually, she has an arcane focus. She doesn't even need the. Anyway, yeah, she's gonna pull out her orb in the spell book, and she's going to whisper at Jan, and she's going to summon her unseen servant, which I'm guessing no one can see.
Yeah. You see
I'll be
like
right back.
you see what looks like a wisp of dirt and dust, just kind of like a mini vortex swirl, just for like an instant. But Basha, you can feel the presence of your unseen servant, but correct, no one can actually see it.
Perfect. And just so you know, I also used my feet for the ritual spell, just so I could do it instantly, so we didn't have to sit here for 10 minutes.
Okay,
Just so you
good to know.
Okay, but yeah, so I'm gonna do that, and as soon as I can feel that the servant's there, I'm gonna be like, "Hello, friends, just stay with us, all right?" And then, yeah, okay, good. It's here. The servant is with us. I feel it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right. Well, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess
you-
we'll
you-
wait back here.
you put your hand where you believe that it is, and there is like your hand goes through some substance. Like it's like the air is thick here, but your hand does go through something, and you can feel, oh, this is where the servant is. But it's there, but no one can see it.
Okay, so it's with us, and so if we think of the plan, we can, if we need it, we can do it. Otherwise, I'm going to also be invisible now. And I take out my necklace from Eben and recite the incantation and just disappear.
Okay. So I need you to make a stealth check for me with advantage, please.
Really loving that advantage right now. So that is a 19.
19. All right. All right. So you turn invisible and you instruct your unseen servant to do what?
Follow me for now, because right now I'm going to go check out the door and see what's happening with the door.
Okay.
Right? Because that's what we all agreed to. Okay, good. Cool. That's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to go to where I think this door is and look for a door and see, what's going on there.
Okay. You feel what you would expect, possibly a hand made of air lightly touch your shoulder. And as you move, that kind of light weight still stays with you.
It's like doing laundry all over again. Laundry day. I missed that.
And you make your way up the path, following it up to the rubble. And as you begin to make your way up this path, and you start getting closer and closer to this rubble, you start to see where the path ends. And it's the closer you come to it, the stranger it looks, until you're about 5 feet away from it. And as you look at it, you shake your head, because now you can clearly see what it is. It's a gray piece of canvas with rocks and pebbles that are somehow stuck or jammed into it. And as you get up to it closer, you just grab it and pull it to the side. And as you do, you can clearly see there is an opening and entrance right into this castle.
I just kind of shake my head that no one can see me shaking my head at. And I'm going to just kind of peek my head just inside the door and kind of look to see if there are any like guards or any people just hanging out like right in that area.
Okay, make a perception check for me, please.
That's only a 16.
16. As you kind of pull back this curtain, this canvas tarp, and kind of peer in, you don't see anyone. But initially, what you do see, and it's somewhat well lit in here. It seems that some of the light from above, from the daylight, is actually kind of shedding a good number of a good amount of light into this area. And what you see are some rotting crates and some old ancient barrels that show like provisions were probably stored here in some time. To the south of where you're at, just almost straight ahead of you, about 25 to 30 feet ahead of you, you can see what looks like a heavy curtain blocking another entrance, possibly. But that's basically what you see. To see any more than that, you'd have to get in closer.
Yeah, she's very tempted to go and look at that other entrance, but she's going to back off for now and go back to the party to sort of let them know what she saw so far.
Sure. So you make your way back to the party. They don't see you.
Like right next to Drovar's ear.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, so they
Yeah.
painted sorry, it's me, it's not Ghost.
Yeah.
So there's like a painted canvas over an entrance over there. They put stones in front of it, that's why it looks weird. It's just like a canvas. You push it aside, you go in, there's a long hallway. It's pretty well lit, so you shouldn't have any problems with light. There's a lot of sun. But there's a second entrance that, if you want, I can go check to see if there's anyone there, because I didn't get to. There's like a curtain over it. I didn't get to look.
Right. Okay, I'm looking from here. I'm on the map. I'm circling that arrow slit.
Mhm.
Is there another one on this tower that would cover our approach?
Where there might have been one, there is just rubble.
Okay.
That
So
large bit of rubble was probably where there was a slit at one point.
So if somebody was watching this approach, this is the most logical spot. Right?
Possibly,
They could possibly. If she walks up there and like comes up to the opening, can she look in, or is it too high up?
It's about 20 feet high. Like from where you're standing, you can see it pretty clearly, but the closer you get, it's harder to see because it's higher up.
All right.
I mean, I'll say this, and it's a little bit distance, but like, can I climb a tree to kind of be on level with the arrow slit to see if there's anyone looking out, or like light coming from there?
Sure.
So I'll scramble up a tree and try to look out.
Okay. Make a perception check. The DC will be high just because of how far you are. But you do have a clear line of sight to it.
I got a natural 1 for a 7.
Natural one, yes. Yeah, you cannot see. You're unsure. You can see the slit, no issue. But as far as you can tell, there's no movement. There's no light that you can see.
It's too far. I'm not sure, honestly, and I'll kind of like scramble back down.
Okay, Basha's watching Drovar staring at the arrow slit, and so Basha will be like, look, why don't I set distraction on the opposite side of that arrow slit tower, so that even if there is anyone in that one up there, they will go to the other one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But the fact that there doesn't seem to be anybody in that big room, I'm kind of liking the idea of just getting in there.
We can just go in.
You know, it's like once the alarm is raised, it's going to be raised, but
Here's idea. Bocek pump himself up, make it so arrows maybe hurt little less. No disrespect, but Bocek bigger than you lot. You use Bocek body for cover. Drovar get to save his burning chest anger. Bocek use only a little bit of his. In case they do fire a rain of arrows, I be in situation where I can shrug it off.
Well then let's go. Let's just go in then. Let's go as a group. Bocek, you lead. I will be middle of
Honestly, I think moving quickly, stealthily, we hope that there's no one in that tower, and if we see someone pop their head, we'll fire an arrow at them, try to kick them out before they can summon an alarm.
Perfect.
Go.
Okay. All right. So
Can I let out like a low croak to kind of get Teague to come like back toward us, like through the wood line?
Knack, yeah, sure.
Sorry, Knack.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
I will say, make a performance check for me. So you sound
animal handling.
so you sound well because you're calling out. So this is you're trying to sound more like a natural frog than an actual grung.
I would look for a grung. Got you on their wanted posters.
Good old.
they hear a frog, they're going to be like,
What was that?
14.
14. Okay, yeah. So you just like, and it sounds. I'm terrible at it, but it sounds natural enough, and you all kind of like for a moment, just kind of look around. Drovar, Basha, you're just kind of staring at that arrow slit, seeing if anybody makes any movement. If there's any movement coming from the what you now know is that canvas tarp, hiding the entrance into this area. About 2 minutes go by, and you all hear this rustling coming at you from the opposite way, coming from behind you. And as you turn, you watch as Knack just kind of flies in, perches in one of the tree, an arrow still kind of stuck in her shoulder. She kind of hops down.
So I will begin to like grab the arrow, and as I do, I will whisper the words of vitality, and I'm gonna pull it out and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. As you do, very quickly, she's like, trying to very very visibly trying to keep her screech down to a low level, and somewhat successful. And you heal her for
10 damage, so she's super good.
okay. And she's just like,
All right. So here's my thought. We try to rush forward quietly. I'll send Knack toward that arrow slit. I assume is she small enough that she might be able to squeeze in there? Because she's technically a small creature.
Actually, let me take a look real quick. Double check. No, she actually would not be able to squeeze through that. Actually, wait, hold on. No, they're only about 8 inches wide.
Tis fair.
Yeah. So she would not be able. She could definitely fly up to it, but she would not be able to squeeze through.
Well, she can't squeeze through. But it's not topped, right? So she can fly over and down.
As far as you know.
Some
Some of the tower areas are definitely broken from the top. Others you can't tell. Especially towards the middle area, you're not entirely sure.
What are you trying to do? Let's get inside building.
Okay, yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think it's time we just fucking go.
All right, everybody, ready and go.
All right. Stealth checks from everybody.
They can't see me.
Stealth checks from everybody. Basha, you get advantage. All right.
Thank
So-
God for that advantage. That would have been awful.
Basha, what'd you get?
That is a 17.
17.
It was going to be a 2.
That's
Or
good,
3.
yeah. Bocek.
21.
Nice. Drovar.
18.
18. Warple.
Thank gosh for them, because I got an 8 and Knack got a 7.
Wow. So you all begin to kind of rush forward, and as you do, Knack, you can see, is just trying to, even though Knack is healed, she is definitely trying to kind of keep her flying low, but occasionally she flies for about 5 feet and then lands. She's trying to keep up with all of you, which makes you, Gorple, like a little like concerned. Like, is she fully healed? Did you heal her okay? And that concern is just kind of keeping you both like out in the open, not moving. But thankfully, your companions are able to kind of like, come on, and kind of push you along. Basha points out the actual tarp and kind of moves it to the side, allowing the rest of you to actually make your way into the area. And as you make your way in, you can see a few things. Not only do you see those crates, you can see some rubble behind the crates. You can see the what looks like another canvas tarp kind of hanging ragged at the edges, kind of blocking what looks like an entrance. But you can also see as you come in immediately to your left, what looks to be another, just a solid wood door. So which is right here. This is the tarp right here.
Okay, so we've got, that's the door, the tarp, and then this area here is another just big pile of rubble that.
Yeah, it's still about like wall height, which is about like 10 to 15 feet high, but it's just rubble.
We should peek through the curtain because if we open that door and it draws attention, it's going to draw whatever's on the other side.
Okay. Well, I
Why
will.
don't I send my servant to open it so we're not standing right next to it?
All right. So is that what you're gonna do?
Yes. Yes, servant, go open that.
I will move up to that door. I'm not opening it. I'm not touching it. I've got the axe out. I'm ready. Just waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hide behind that crate with a crossbow in case she reveals someone like standing on the other side.
Right.
Take aim.
Just getting yourself ready. Gotcha. All right. So, Basha, you send, and you can see about 15 to 20 feet up. There is a stone ceiling, and there's just pieces of large gaps in that ceiling that's allowing the sunlight to and light from outdoors to just kind of like just flood this room. And as your unseen servant goes over and you all just see the tarp just begin to pull to the side almost on its own, very creepy like, and you wait and nothing happens. And you don't see anything immediately from the other side. Basha, you being the closest there and also invisible, you can see that there, it looks like there is more rubble. But this is also, there's like an entrance. It looks like almost an entryway past this rubble into another section, but you don't see anything outside of that. You'd have to go inside to get a better look.
Okay, so the tower's got a lot of collapsed stuff, but this door also looks pretty solid. Like, does it look new?
It doesn't look new, but it definitely looks like thick oak. There are rotted pieces of it. The metal slats that are keeping it together are rusted, but the door looks solid and intact.
Okay.
Are the pins on our side or the other side?
The other side.
I mean, if it's locked,
Too easy.
If it's locked, I can pick the lock.
Well, we could try
Let's find
that.
out.
Are we hearing anything in here? Like
Make
movement, chatter?
make perception checks, everybody. Okay. Basha.
9.
9. Bocek.
7.
7. Gorple.
25.
25.
Jack only
Drova.
has an 8.
Okay.
2.
Dro- 2. The rest of you really don't hear anything outside of the occasional like piece of piece of stone or rubble, kind of like occasionally just kind of fall from the rubble itself. And you gather, considering how much rubble there is everywhere, that it's probably a normal occurrence in this place to hear stones kind of fall and hit the ground and make some noise. It's not terribly echoey in here, but you still don't hear anything, and you gather it's probably due to how thick the remaining walls probably are. except for you, Gorple. You can ever so slightly hear. You can't make out exactly what's being said or even where it's coming from, but it definitely sounds like the muttering of low voices.
I just can't. I don't understand. I don't know where it's from though.
No.
Okay. I hear voices, but I can't pinpoint it without knowing more of how this castle is, like the walls bounce sound.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, but I can hear it. So it could be coming from any of those towers. It could be coming from further in.
Yeah.
I doubt it's coming through behind that wall because that door closed. That's going to block sound.
Yeah, if the sound's probably coming past that curtain. So if we don't want to encounter anyone yet, maybe we go through this door.
Okay.
Right.
So you
Okay.
you go through the door, Bochek?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so Bochek, you go up to the door, and as you go up to the door, they don't have any locks. There are no keyholes. There's just kind of like a latch that looks like you just kind of like push down and then push the door forward open. And as you do, door opens. As you walk in, you see ahead of you what looks like a hallway, and at the end of that hallway, another door.
Okay. Back in, everyone's like, let's head down
Always
that
some
hall.
Doors again. This is just like other
All right.
movies.
I need everybody to roll a stealth check for me, please.
Oh boy.
Basha, what'd you get?
I got a 10.
And, Drovar?
12.
Bocek?
Also a 12.
Okay, Warple?
12 for me, 23 for Knack.
Okay. You all begin to make your way into that hallway and into that area, and what you specifically see, there is what looks like not only another door in the other room, but the room itself seems to kind of start to slowly. Hold on a second. All right. The door is not the only way in or out of this room, as there seems to be another. Let's see. Come on, work. There you go. On the other opposite side, where you're standing, Bocek, directly ahead of you, there is another canvas tarp that seems to just be blocking yet another way into somewhere.
Check. 1 second. 1 sec. Everyone in the room, close that door behind us so no noise comes out in case we alert people.
I'm on the other side of this door.
Here, come on through. There's space now.
Thank you. You just feel me brush past you.
Knack actually does fly up slightly and kind of rest on like an outcropping of broken stone on the wall.
And I'll close that door behind us just so that it'll hopefully block any noise if there is noise.
Okay.
I brush tarp to the side.
Okay. First off, Basha, what are you doing with your unseen servant?
I mean, at this point, I'm still telling it to follow me, so I'm assuming it's following me.
Okay, yeah, all right. You can definitely feel that it is in the room next to you. Bocek, you pull the tarp very, very slowly to the side. As you do, the first thing you see there are a couple of what look like it looks like 3 rows of bedding, just kind of laid on the ground haphazardly. And while you don't see anything yet, you can absolutely hear 2 voices in this room. And they are speaking in Goblinoid. And you can hear, "Do you know, they haven't come back yet, right?" No, they haven't come back yet. They're not overdue, but usually they're back by now. What do you think we should do? Well, just wait till they're overdue, and then we'll figure something out. And then they kind of like, the voices get a little lower, and they continue to have that conversation. They don't seem to have noticed you.
All right. I want to sneak in and hopefully one of the people behind me gets what I'm doing, and I want to sneak in and grab one covering their mouth.
Okay. I need you to make a stealth check for me, please.
Only a 9.
9. Okay. All right. So, a couple of things happen. Wait for it. So as you begin to make your way into the room, you see that the light in this room seems to be coming from a number of sources. One being the top of the ceiling, similar to where you came in from, and what seems to be most of the place. You can see there's just broken pieces of the ceiling. Light is coming through. There's also a fire pit around where the bedding is. Standing at at a doorway opposite from where you're coming in, with their backs to you, because I rolled incredibly stupid low for their perception checks, because they are actively trying to perceive things, because they're guarding the door but not guarding it from behind, apparently. They have their backs to you, and they're just kind of talking to each other, right, kind of flanking this doorway. And you can see another doorway completely on the opposite side. So you do, at this moment, have the element of surprise. And now that you see this, you make your way to the closest of these hobgoblins, which you can clearly now see. And you go to essentially grapple them, to kind of put your hand over his mouth. I need you to make an attack roll for me, please.
Yeah. I would be rushing in after him, but I know that Matt is doing the thing. We're like rushing in, like.
Okay.
We're going.
As it's stealth, do I get advantage?
The advantage is that they don't get to do anything to you yet.
Cool. Regardless, 23.
23. Yeah, that definitely hits. So you just wrap your arms around this hobgoblin and just kind of put your hand over his mouth. And as you do, the other one is just continually, like, he's not even looking. He's just talking. He's like, and the rest of you just hear, oh, yeah, this is about, yeah, and you hear Bocek is like, yeah, well, I don't want to be them when they get back. His Majesty's not going to be too happy, right?
I'm rushing.
Right? Yeah. And so the rest of you rush into the room, and that is where we're going to take our break. When we come back, we will be rolling initiative and doing all the good stuff. But yeah, absolutely. Thank you, everybody. We will come back. When we come back, we will see what happens with this with rushing into this room and trying to take these hobgoblins by surprise.
The anthill has been kicked.
Let's see how long we can maintain our fucking action hero self.
Yeah, right. All right, so we'll be right back. Thank you, everybody. Hello, and welcome back. And now that we're back, let's roll some initiative.
Woohoo.
Alrighty. So, here we go. All right. So, all right, Gorpo, what'd you get?
Right down the middle, 10. Solid 10.
Gotcha. All right, Drovar.
9.
Basha.
19, which is a waste because I'm literally gonna wait, but that's okay.
All right, Bocek.
My 6 turns into a 9. Nice.
Yeah.
All right, and they get that. Alrighty, so now that we are back, yeah. So Bocek, you have this individual hobgoblin, essentially, almost somewhat in a sleeper hold. But one hand is over his mouth, the other is around his neck, and he's just like struggling with you at this moment. The other one is just noticing that something is wrong because his companion has not answered him yet.
I'll answer.
The rest of you, actually, you can place yourselves in the room because you all said you all rushed in. So put yourselves in a room where you rushed into, and then we can get started.
Can I get all the way like here? Yeah, like I'm just running right up to this guy with the axe because if Bocek's got one, I'll just like, okay, the other guy's got to go down.
Yep, no problem. What about you, Basha? You're there. Okay.
I'm in.
What are you doing, and where are you putting Knack? Perfect. Okay. Alrighty. So now that you are all placed, at the top of the round is Basha.
I'm literally gonna wait to see what everyone else is doing. I'm not even gonna prepare an action because I'm like, all right, let's see what happens, and then I'll decide if I have to fight something.
Okay.
Oh, I will. You know what I'll say? I will make sure that my unseen servant is following us in because I know it's a little slower than us. So that's what I'll be doing.
Okay. Yeah, it's right now. It's consider it that it's right behind you. It's like
Okay.
behind that curtained doorway. All right. So that would be now the hobgoblin's turn. So the one that, since you actually caught them by surprise, is going to be a little weird. Actually, no, it's not going to be very weird at all because you all literally caught them by surprise. So while it's supposed to be their turn, you all got to drop on them. So they kind of, let's see, that one is struggling with Bocek. The other one is just still, he's going to make a perception check because now he's actively perceiving something's wrong. Yeah, he turns around. The first thing he sees is Bocek. He does not notice Knack above him. And out of the corner of his eye, you can see that he is starting to see the rest of you just kind of like, except for Basha, of course, kind of rush into the room. And begins to kind of pull his long sword out from the side of his belt. But that's all he can do at this point. So Gwarple, it is now your turn.
I will take a shot into this now suspecting hobgoblin.
Okay.
AC 14.
As you take the shot, you actually see him look out of the corner of his eye, and he just pulls his shield up really quick, and your crossbow just bounces off of his shield.
As a bonus action, I tell Knack to claw him.
Go for it.
AC 8.
Yeah, it begins to kind of, and for the first time, it actually, as Knack just kind of comes down at him, he raises the shield, and Knack is just now just clawing at the shield. And much like the hobgoblins you encountered previously, these hobgoblins are similarly armored with kind of scale mail, long sword, shield, a quiver of arrows on their back, and also a longbow. But you would.
Yeah. I tried. So I keep moving, and Knack will come with me because he has flyby, because I don't want him to run.
Right. Okay. Not a problem. They won't be able to take an attack of opportunity. And all right. So let's just focus on that. Yeah, and it's tight quarters in here. This room is maybe 15 feet wide. You can't see where you're standing, Gorple. There is another doorway. This doorway, just at a quick glance, there it is. At a quick glance, you can see that not only does this door look similar to the wooden door that you came in earlier, but there is a heavy wooden bar across it.
All right, that's good. That's good.
Okay. So yeah, you feel pretty safe. Nothing's coming at you from this side, from the other side. And then directly to the left of you is more rubble that are just kind of like going up another maybe 5 to 10 feet. Alrighty. So that was Gorple's turn. Bocek, it is now your turn. You still have this individual grappled. He's like, what do you want to do?
I'd like to try to intimidate the other one while I have this one, like, grappled. I just want to say in Goblin, yesterday I wrestled fucking ogre. Put down your weapon or we treat you like ones who attack our camp.
Okay, make an intimidation check. What was that? What did you get?
Only a 6. It was like sitting on 18 and then just rolled one more over to a 4.
Okay. He kind of looks at you as Knack just flies off, as he just kind of like deflects more of Knack's attack, and he's just standing looking at you. And in Goblin, he goes, I don't fucking think so. And he's just gonna come. He's getting ready to come right at you.
Right. I switched to common. Okay, Drovar, kill him. I gave him his shot.
All right. So with that, Drovar, is now your turn.
All right, I'm gonna move here to block the door.
Okay.
Just move to that spot, plant myself right there. I will rage, and I'm just gonna carve this guy into next Tuesday.
Go for it.
Ugh. Rolled a natural 2, so that's a 9.
Nice.
So just
Yeah, he deflects it with his shield.
can't quite get the range yet. Yep.
Now he's not looking at Bocek. Now he's looking at you. Being the one right in front of him. He's like, just starts growling at you. And you can see like there are some sharpened fangs, like canine fangs in his mouth as he growls. Alrighty. So that is the end of the round. Brings us back up to the top of the round. Basha.
Okay. I'm going to whisper to my unseen servant to go and bother. So wait, Bocek is no longer grappling that one, or he still is?
Oh no, he's still grappling. He's still grappling now.
Then I'm gonna whisper to the unseen servant to go and bother the other one, so as a help action to sort of like help distract them, so that whoever attacks them gets advantage.
Okay. Fair
And
enough.
I'm just gonna be in the corner, just waiting. Because again, I don't want to drop my invisibility, so I'm just kind of like, sorry guys, I'm just here. Hi.
No, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Pressing up against the wall as everyone's fighting, like, ah, don't rip my rope. Ah.
Yeah. So you feel like a little breeze just go right by you. And Drovar, as this hobgoblin's just kind of like facing off at you, kind of growling, all of a sudden you watch as he kind of twitches a little. He's just like, huh? And you can see his hair just kind of like occasionally just in his face. And he's just like,
Oh, you got a friend.
it's like, the fuck? Yeah. So, yeah, Unseen Servants, good for that. And just that. Good at lifting and folding and grabbing things.
It's good
Unseen
for laundry
Servants.
day and for combat.
Exactly.
Highly recommend.
Exactly. Alrighty. So yeah, so that's happened. Now it is the Hobgoblin's turn. Alright, so the first thing is the Hobgoblin that is grappled by Bocek is going to attempt to break out of the grapple. So this is going to be a contested strength check. So Bocek, roll me an athletics check, please.
It's only a 22.
Oh, only a 22. Well, you know, win some, lose some. Yeah, you're still grappling him. He got 11. So, he's like, he just continues to he's just like, at this point, like, he's just trying to break out of the grapple. You can hear him now. He's actually starting to wheeze a little bit. It's like, and you also still have your hand over his mouth. So, not doing too well. Not doing too well. But you still have him grappled, thankfully. The other Hobgoblin is going to attempt to attack you, Drovar, but he is not going to get a flanking advantage because you're not actually threatened currently by his friend there. His friend is currently threatened by Bocek. So it's just going to be a straight roll for him. And that is going to be it's going to be a 19 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. So that will be he's using it one-handed because he's got his shield up. That's going to be 4 slashing damage,
Okay, raging reduces that to 2.
and I need to check something very quickly. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, he's going to use martial advantage, where once per turn he can deal an extra 2d6 damage to a creature it hits with a weapon attack if that creature is within 5 feet of an ally.
Okay.
So that will be another 9, and since you're raging, you only take 4 slashing damage.
Okay. So a bigger hit than I expected, but
Yeah, so he's looking at his companion, he's looking at you, he comes swinging at you, and yeah, the swing just seems to come just a little harder than it should. But because of the rage, you're definitely soldiering on. But your ability, because of the first swing attack that you made on him, is
it's only if I hit him.
Oh, it's only if you hit. Okay.
Yeah, I have to hit the target for the ancestral protectors to get kicked up.
Gotcha.
So
gotcha.
they remain quiet at the moment.
Gotcha. Okay. Alrighty. So next up is Gorple.
I order Knack to fly and take the advantage, and then fly out.
Okay, roll for attack.
AC 21.
That does hit, yes.
A total of 6 slashing or piercing.
All right. So 6 piercing. Yeah, just slashes across his face. At the same time as the hair is actually just kind of like in his eyes, like, and you can just see one eye is just completely just ripped out of the socket. Blood is now just pouring from that socket. There's another large gash, like open where his cheek is, and is just a bloody mess on the side of his face. But he's still up.
And I hop forward and stab him with a short sword.
All right, go for it. That's with advantage because of the help action.
AC 22.
That definitely hits.
Max damage for 9 stabbing.
9 stabbing damage. 9 stabby damage. And as you come down and just stab right into his stomach, not even paying attention to you as he's just now looking up. As you stab down, he just looks down, goes to grab your hand. And as he grabs your hand, your ungloved hand, you watch his face go from a snarl to a, huh? And then his eyes roll in the back of his head and he just drops to the ground.
And I kind of look to Drovar. Well, I freed you up, buddy. And I'm done.
Okay. That was a good round. That was a good round. Alrighty. So now with that, next up is Drovar.
Okay. I turn around and I'm gonna. Bocek's got him at the moment, and I just looked at Bocek. It's like, ask him where the dwarf prisoner is, or we kill him.
I give Drovar a nod.
Okay.
And in Goblinite, I go, listen, we give your friend a chance to cooperate. I give you same chance. Where is dwarf prisoner? We've got 2 invisible people. We've got dinosaur who, no matter how many times you kill, fucking frogman make more. We've got frogman who is literally made of poison. And I wrestled fucking ogre yesterday, so you ain't got much chance here. You
Okay.
play nice.
All right. So we'll see what happens when we come back to your turn. How that affects. But Drovar, is there besides telling
Basically,
Bocek
if I'm watching to see what his reaction is, I will basically hold my action to, if he shows that he's not going to listen to Bocek at all, then I'm just taking his legs out. It's like, all right, we don't have time to like haggle with prisoners or whatever. It's just kill him and we keep moving.
Gotcha.
But I'm giving him one chance to answer questions, or I'll smoke him, or try to.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So, all right. So that's, you're holding your action, waiting to see what his reaction is going to be. That brings us back to the top of the round. Basha. So the help action is no longer in effect as it come back around.
I'm going to order my unseated servant as Bocek is saying all this to the whatever he's saying. I'm assuming something intimidating. I'm going to have my unseen servant start braiding the guy's hair. So just this invisible thing starts like braiding his hair and just stand in the corner like, yes.
Yeah. So Drovar, as you're just kind of standing there, like with your battle axe, you're just ready to go. You just watch as this hobgoblin's long, greasy black hair just kind of gets pulled to the side. You watch the head go slightly, and then the hair just starts to braid itself. And
It's a very nice braid.
Yeah. You're
He's
just like, what?
Are you guys doing this?
Yeah, you're just like, what the hell's happening? Alrighty. So okay. That's Bosch's turn. Yeah, now we come back to the Hobgoblin. So Bocek, you said this to the Hobgoblin. I would say make an intimidation check for me, please. Just so we can see what his reaction is going to be.
19.
19. His. Wow. You got an 18. All right. So as you say this, he's watching his own hair being braided out of the corner of his eye. Your hand is still over his head, and your arm is around his neck. And he still got his hands around your arm, Bocek, like trying to pull it just so he could breathe a little. And he's just like looking. He doesn't let go of your arm, but he stops struggling just for a moment.
I remove my hand from his mouth so he can breathe. And I after I remove it from his mouth, I kind of put it out as a palm to the rest of the group, like a hold on, this one's cooperating.
Say, I didn't quite catch the question.
The dwarf captive, where he kept.
The king's got him.
Do you speak common?
He's actually talking to you in common right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
How do we get to the king?
He lives here.
Fastest route. Which door?
Behind. Through there, and he kind of points over to the
This one here?
the tarp area where you just came in from, that you just rushed in from, this area.
Okay.
He goes past that, the big wood door.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna get out of here alive, you know that, right? There's too many of us in here. You're all fucking die, all of you.
Wait.
You raise your voice again, you will not live long enough to see what happens to us.
You'll all fucking die. All
Dead. I just
yeah, go.
before he gets as his voice, it's like he has hit the decibel level of now you die.
Yeah. So yeah, roll for with advantage to hit. Yes.
I think because we've done a round without me being hit or doing damage, I'm out of rage. So this is just a regular old advantage. 18.
Oh yeah, that absolutely hits. That is his AC.
Only 7.
7. Yeah, as your axe just goes right into his chest, and just blood starts. He just kind of starts spitting up blood all over your arm, Bocek. He's still up. And he just. You're still all gonna fucking die. There's too many of us.
I beat the ogre in single combat.
Just kill him. Just get it. We gotta end this before more come.
I believe I go after Drovar.
You actually Basha goes after Drovar.
Oh,
But no, Drovar. No, I'm sorry. Drovar was holding his action. So Bocek, yeah, it is currently your turn.
Cool. Just like with my hand, I just want to chop him in the back of the neck and try to break the spine easy.
Okay, yeah, you have advantage on this, so go right ahead.
$20 to hit.
Yeah, that absolutely hits.
And 6 damage to the back of his neck.
Yeah, there is a large crack as the blade of your hand goes right into the base of his neck, and you all watch as the head flops backwards at a very like it is now looking at you, Bocek, like, you know, with his head upside down at his back, as he's no longer making any kind of gurgling noise, and you slowly begin to drop his body to the ground, as you watch his hair still being pulled up in and being braided as the body is laid to the ground.
I was going to set you on a new path of life. I was going to give you platinum and say, become mercenary.
You can't do
Fuck
it for
you.
all of them. You got it.
Fuck you, man. Like,
I just put a hand on
his
his shoulder. I put a hand on Bocek's shoulders. Like, you gave him his chance. That's fair.
Bocek,
Good.
I'm
There'll
gonna be
be
honest.
more.
I don't think these people, as we dealt with them, they're not going to surrender.
No,
And I
this
kind
is
of
the
my
second
eyes.
time. We're not going to give them any
My
more
eyes look-
chances. I'm sorry, Bocek. We got to just.
Okay.
These guys believe they're going to win. If we give them too many opportunities, eventually one of them is going to screw us.
Look, should we
Okay.
clear the whole floor and then go, or do you want to just go straight to where we
Okay.
need to go?
I'm listening at the. Okay, this guy's made some noise. I'm not opening the door, but I'm going to put my ear to it, the one that I'm right up against, and I'm listening to hear. Are there any sounds of, "Hey Jeff, what was that?" You know, like alarm or anything. You know, just to hear, because if they don't, if we got these guys down before anyone raised the alarm, then that changes like what I'm thinking we might want to do.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
Okay. An 18.
18. You kind of put your head to the door and you listen real hard. Minute goes by. Minute and a half. You don't hear any sounds of alarm. No raised voices, not even hushed voices.
I think we managed to get the drop on these guys before they could alert anyone.
Okay, Bocek actually have idea. Bocek think we know which direction to go for King. We rush King. We don't take time with it because time with it gives them multiple opportunities to organize. We fight with what Bocek consider maybe excessive force. No talking. No, oh, you want to give up. We break necks and we keep moving. We don't stop. If we don't kill them in passing, we just keep moving.
Yeah.
Let them chase us.
We'll see how many are between us. The thing, if we stop for talking, if Gundren is there, then that becomes a thing where he's going to try to make us stop because he'll threaten to kill him. We've got to keep moving so he doesn't even know we're there yet.
I have a great idea too.
What's that?
don't-
I hear Basha talking. She's out here somewhere.
Here. No, that's my unseen servant. I'm over here. Like poking him.
Yeah.
If we can get there and it takes less than an hour, I can try and rush him and suggest into his ear that he should free the prisoner for his own amusement, to like dance for him or something, like to like put him out of his chains, and then we can grab him and then kill King.
It's
What do
worth
you
a
think?
try. Now, you've explained the way that magic works. Won't that make you turn visible?
Mm. Unfortunately, yes.
Maybe a suggestion
I
to.
think
I don't know. I think we just got to go for it.
All right, well, let's just go.
I think
See what
Bocek,
happens.
it's time for you to test out your new talon. As Gorple eyes the sword, he's like, time to kill people. Let's do this.
So what's the plan?
So
I
think
think we're gonna head up to that door, but
Upstairs.
yeah, and rush. I'm actually going to try to rip the door off the hinges so that I can use it as a shield in case people start shooting arrows at us as we're running.
all right. Well, okay. I'm not saying we start making a lot of noise now, but I think if we just start moving. If anyone gets between us, there's no battle cries, no shouts. It's just the knife in the gut. Drop them as quick as possible, and we keep moving. If we can keep them from realizing we're in here. Now, once we're fighting the king, I'm expecting that's going to take some time and be some noise. But then they've got to figure out what's going on, and if they come to us, maybe we can barricade, maybe we can fight or climb out, whatever we got to do.
Maybe after we kill King, we put crown on fucking, I don't know, Gorple.
Throw his
why
head
not?
at them, and they back off. We don't know. But yeah,
Wait, you
let's.
speak Goblinoid. You should wear a crown. We'll declare you're their new king.
Cool, fine, whatever. That works. Let's just fucking get going. But does not like these people. They do not want to fucking. They do not care about being better or being part of society. They just want to fucking take and take and take, and Bocek break them.
And
Okay, Bocek.
as Bocek makes his announcement of war, I will call upon the true name of the wind to get ready for this fucking snatch and grab.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Bocek, make a perception check for me, please.
Ten, right down the middle.
Okay, that's enough. You start looking at the door, ready to essentially do what you said, kind of break it off and use it as a shield. As you do, you notice a couple things. First off, this door, very similar to the other door. There's no locks, there's no keyhole. It is just a simple latch to open it. And you can just barely see the hinges. The pins are on the other side. But you can hear voices. You hear this really loud, growly voice, in common, demanding payment for something. And this very silky smooth reply, but you don't hear exactly what they're saying.
I hear to another room. One growly, one silky, like fucking velvet.
I wonder if it's wizards.
Maybe we caught this spider with his pants down. Let's do this.
Oh.
I hate magic users. I mean, what?
Okay. 3, 2,
2.
1.
Yeah.
Okay. Bocek, I need you to make a athletics check for me, please.
I am going to rage before we rush in.
Okay.
Likewise.
So you will have advantage on it.
22.
All right. Without issue, you rip the door off the hinges. The hinges themselves actually stay on the stone that they're bolted to, and the wood just rips away from this door, and the door just comes free, and you all rush into this room. So give me a moment to set this up, because this is going to be very, very interesting.
Surprise! We avoided everything else.
I mean, as waited, we just put it off for a few rounds. But yeah.
I feel like this is what we did to Yarno.
Yeah. I ate 2 of the good berries he gave me, so just to get my health up a little bit higher, just in case.
Okay, fair enough.
And I told the unseen servant to stay with me. That's it.
Okay, yeah. It stopped braiding the hair of the dead hobgoblin and began following you. All right, so
Yeah.
as you burst into this room, let me set this up for all of you. All right, you see, please place yourselves in the room as I give you a description. This chamber has been set up as a crude living space, with thick furs thrown on the floor to serve as carpets, old trophies hanging on the walls, a large bed to the north, and a brazier of coals burning brightly. A round table with several chairs stands to the south near the door. Near the table, on the floor, is an unconscious dwarf who looks badly beaten. You also see as you burst into this room. A larger than normal bugbear. Patches of his fur have been, you don't know why, but just kind of pulled, it looks like pulled violently from the skin. There is a massive horn, greenish and almost infected looking, kind of pulsing and kind of sticking out of this bugbear's forehead. His armor looks like it's made out of the bones of creatures. Standing next to him is what looks like an elf. Very dark purplish skin, silverish white hair, a lithe female form. And on the other side of this massive bugbear is this wolf. Fur puffed out, massive shoulders, very, very well fed, who immediately begins growling as you burst into this room. I need you all to roll initiative. Alrighty, so give me 1 second. Pull this up. Okay. Alrighty. So that is going to be alright, almost there. Okay. Warple, what'd you get?
I got a 15.
15. Drovar.
10.
Basha.
8.
Bocek.
15 also.
15. $15, 10. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Technology. Doesn't want to do what it's supposed to do. You all know, yeah, you all know how that is. Alright, that's going to be... Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, this is not cooperating, so I'm going to... So I have your initiatives. This is gonna... And... Perfect, there we go. Gotcha. Alrighty. I think we're good now. That is the... Oh my... Really? I think D&D Beyond is having a brain fart tonight. I had King Grawl in here, and it made it into a King Sport, which is not King Grawl.
Interesting flex, D&D Beyond.
Yeah, interesting, yeah. Alrighty, now we're good to go. So, alright, so Gorple was a 15. Drovar is a 10. Basha 8, Bocek 5.
No, Bocek was also 15.
Oh, 15. 15, I apologize. Yeah, 15. And... All right, excellent. So, at the top of the round, what are you going to do? All right, the drow. She makes her way to the other side of the wolf. Runs past a brazier and is starting to circle around. She looks at all of you. Okay. She looks right at Drovar. And Drovar, you just watch her like staring intently at you. And she yells out, "They're here for the dwarf! Hold them off! Quickly! The spider will not be pleased!" And she points at you, Drovar.
All right.
And she goes, "That one is its kin."
Well, it's a really long distance, a family tree sort of thing there, but...
All right. And that is...
I mean, I only met him once.
Yeah, that's gonna be her turn. Next up is Bocek. Bocek, you are currently holding this door out in front of you. What do you want to do?
Yeah, that bugbear's getting hit by a door. Like, just lifting it over my head, slamming it on his.
Okay, this is a improvised weapon, so you will not get your proficiency bonus on this.
Yeah, pure strength roll.
Yeah, you are not proficient in door, unfortunately.
That's a shame, it's only a 10.
Yeah, as you slam it down, it actually uses his shield, which seems to have some kind of like horns on it. It looks like some kind of horned animal. Just kind of raises it up, and the horns begin to kind of shear the wood off of the front of the door, and it just slams against the shield. And he just you hear him just kind of chuckle. You have to do better than that, boy.
Well, while he's chuckling, I'm going to use the key point version of Flurry of Blows because I don't need to be using a monk weapon for the key point version.
Mm-hmm.
And attack him 2 more times with my fists.
So you're going to drop the door?
Yeah, I'm letting go of it while it's fucking on his shield.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, go for it.
First one's an 18 to hit.
That does hit.
Deck him in the mouth for a nice 8 damage while he's saying I have to do better.
Okay.
Second one's only a 12.
12, yeah. So you drop the door and you haul off and you punch him in the mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry. The first 10 damage, actually. I forgot I was raging.
Okay. All right. So that's all right. You go and you haul off and you deck him in the mouth, and then the second one, as you throw your second punch, he grabs your hand, and you watch as his lip, which you've busted and is now bleeding. He just kind of looks at you, and goes, "Oh, this is gonna be so much fun," and just pushes your hand away. And then from his belt, he pulls out this really wicked looking morning star, which also looks like it's made out of bone. but there are metal spikes sticking out of the top of it. All right. Do you want to move from where you're at, Bocek, or do you want to stay there?
No, this guy said this is going to be fun, so now I'm invested.
Okay. So you're going to stay where you're at. Perfect. Alrighty. It is now Gwarple's turn.
All right. I aim right down at this dark elf, and the wind kind of whips around me, and I'm going to take my advantage shot at her with Zephyr Strike.
Okay, go for it.
So close to a crit. That's an AC 26.
That does hit, yes.
All right, that'll be a total of 8 damage, and I need a con save for the poison.
All right, so 8 damage, and that's a 12, correct?
12 con save.
Okay, so that would be a failure. That is a 5.
More poison on top of all that.
So you let loose your crossbow bolt. It hits her in the shoulder, and you just she kind of yanks it out, throws it on the ground. She absolutely took all of the damage. She looks down, she kind of touches where you actually penetrated the armor, and she kind of licks. She goes, poison from the grung. Very tricky.
I think my bounty should have been higher, and you're not Spider, so you're not worth it. and I whistle as fucking Knack will fly and try to claw her in the face.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Rofa, attack for Knack.
Uh, 18.
18 hits, yes.
Uh, 8 damage.
Nat comes down and begins to just claw at. She raises her arm, and you can see most of the damage just being clawed at her arm. And you just the clothing and the armor is just being ripped away. You can see blood just starting to form, just pool out and begin to drip from her arm. But she's still up. Do you move anywhere?
Yep, I kind of hop over to our prone friend just in front of him because I don't want her to grab him. So I'm standing in that spot.
Okay. Well, you can't occupy the same space. So you can be behind him or in front of him.
Okay. I figure I want to leave room for Drover, and I don't know where Drover is going.
I was gonna go straight, but I'll probably go. I'll probably end up going here. But I think blocking her access to him is probably the right move because she could just shiv him or something.
And as part of my object interaction, I draw a short sword, and I'm done.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty. It is now King Grol's turn. Looking at you, Bocek, with a big smile on his face. He genuinely looks like he's having a good time. He just kind of laughs and goes, "Here we go." And he's going to take a swing at you with this Morning Star. That's going to be a 22 to hit.
That definitely beats my AC.
Okay. And you take 7 piercing damage as the Morning Star comes down and one of those big sharp metal spikes just goes right into your arm. You do take half of that because you are raging, so 7 down to 4.
This is fun.
And he kind of pulls back. He's like, "Oh yeah." And then he is going to spin around you over here. And he's going to get ready for another attack. Alrighty, so next up is Drovar.
Okay, so Bocek and Groll seem to be just going head to head with each other. I'm gonna go there, focusing right now on the Drow. It's like,
Okay.
just do not. My people know their kind. It's like, oh, they're treacherous or poisonous. Nope, she gotta go.
Gotcha.
So I'm raging. I will attack recklessly. I just want to cut her down.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Very
27
nice.
total.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits.
Okay. Here we go. Come on, baby. 21 total.
Ooh. Massive hit. Yeah, you just carve right into the front of her, just from the shoulder diagonally down all the way to the hip. And you just watch as the armor and clothing just begins to cut and peel away. And you can now see the large gash in the skin as blood is now just pouring from it. And now that you have a closer look, the blood itself is not red. It's like this grayish black as it begins to pour, and you just watch her. And she's just staring at you. Make a perception check for me very quickly.
Sure. $14.
14. Yeah, your people know the Drow all too well. And as you're looking her over, the thing that you're taking away from this, other than just the weird color of the blood, is she's got no weapons on her at all.
Yeah.
She's got
Well,
some
that's
pouches, but no weapons whatsoever.
That tells me she's a spellcaster. You know, it's like even more scary. It's like the ones that don't have weapons are the scarier ones. The odd blood though is like, you know, he just says it's like, I don't know what she is, but she's gotta die.
All right. Yeah, that's a great hit. What do you want to move? Or are you gonna stay where you're at?
No, I'm gonna stay there just to stop. You know, the wolf hasn't gone yet, and you know the people behind me are softer and far fewer hit points. The ancestral protector guardian spirits start to flow out of me, so now she's under that effect because she's the first person I hit.
Okay. So yeah, you now your hands are starting to glow that blue color, and you can see now that the tattoos are also starting to glow that color as well. Alrighty, so that means her attacks are at disadvantage on everybody but you.
That's right.
Excellent. All right, next up is Basha. Basha, you are still invisible. Your unseen servant, you can feel just kind of like lightly caressing your face, just letting you know that it's there, and also trying to make sure that it knows where you are because you're invisible.
That's like, oh, thank you. This is a DM ruling thing because I've played in games where they do different things, but I'm pretty sure it specifically states only if you cast a spell or attack that the spell ends, correct? So, like, if I wanted to say run over to Gundren and shove a good berry down his mouth, that would not make me visible because I'm not attacking, I'm like doing an action, right?
Yeah, it's specifically
Okay.
casting
Cool.
a spell
Make
or
sure.
attacking. Yep.
Because I figured she'd know that, so like she wouldn't do something that would make her visible. Okay, so what I'd like Basha to do is to go and drop a good berry in his mouth. I'll move.
Okay.
And I don't know if you'll also allow me to drop. Always have a dagger on me. I never use it, but I have one on me. Can I drop it by his hand so when he wakes up, it's like right by his hand? Can I also do that, or would that be another action?
To drop a weapon, I will say, I'll say that'll be your bonus action.
Okay.
And then definitely shoving a good berry in his mouth and making sure that he eats it, absolutely an action.
Right. Okay. So then that's my whole turn.
Okay.
And then for the rest of my move action, I'm just gonna take one step back, so I'm like back behind the table in case anything crazy starts happening.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, so you rush up to this dwarf, this barely conscious dwarf. Just one of his eyes completely swollen shut. The other closed and also just kind of black and blue and bloody, swollen. Cuts all over his face. His clothing is all torn. You can see bits and pieces of dry and wet blood just caked into his clothing. He is breathing, but it's a ragged breath. And as you get closer to him and you take a good berry and you kind of put it in his mouth and you kind of almost like move his jaw to make him chew and then swallow it, and you kind of drop the dagger right next to his hand, and you watch as some of the discoloration in his face begins to subside. The swollen eye still swollen shut, but not as terrible looking as it was a moment ago. And you watch as the other eye opens and the breathing, still somewhat ragged but not as bad, begins to kind of slow and become steady, and just kind of looks around a little bit. What's going on? And then sees this dagger by his hand, just immediately just grabs it. But that's your turn. And yeah, as soon as you saw him, this is absolutely Gundren.
Good. I'm glad I didn't just arm some random person.
Hey, it's not him. Oh, my bad. Okay, we'll leave. We'll leave. Wrong guy. Sorry. Oh, the castle next door. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Wrong crowd goblins.
We'll put the door back. We'll pay for that door. It's okay.
Okay.
This is a solid mahogany.
Alrighty. So that's your turn, Basha, and then you make your way behind the table. It is now the wolf's turn. Immediately, the wolf goes to, let's see. It moves over slightly, so it seems it's trying to get closer to the bugbear, but it does not get out of melee range. And immediately, the first thing it does, and you hear it echo throughout the area, and it's long and baleful. And then immediately looks to you, Bocek, and just and is just going to try and take a bite out of you. All right. And it has pack tactics, so it gets advantage on this roll against you. So that's going to be a 16 to hit.
That hits.
All right. It will bite down on you for 5 piercing damage, reduced to 2. And I need you to make a strength saving throw for me, please.
Does a 25 pass?
I think it does. Yeah, so as it bites down into your leg, and you can feel that it's trying to kind of throw you off balance and pull you to the ground. You are able to kind of yank and keep your balance as it pulls back, and it does not knock you prone.
Bocek did not skip leg day.
Did not at all.
Never skip leg day.
Alrighty, so next up is the Drow. She, looking at everything that's happening currently, let's see. She's looking around her. She sees the dwarf in front of her, the grung, the weird, strange lizard creature. And she keeps looking at Gundren on the ground. And she just looks at you, Drovar, as the person that's hurt her the most. And she's going to take 2 attacks on you. You watch as she just takes her hands and just goes, ah! And she goes to slam down with you with her fists. And that is going to be a 24 to hit.
She's going for Drovar?
Drovar, yes.
24 is a hit.
Yeah. You take 10 bludgeoning damage reduced to 5 because you're raging. And she looks at you dead in the eye. And she says, Shug is going to die out there. You should probably run back home and tell everyone you failed. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Oh, is this a spell?
This is not a spell.
I was checking. I didn't know if as a dwarf I've got any particular thing to resist that kind of stuff. Okay, so wisdom saving throw?
Actually, not even a saving throw. I'll just say a straight wisdom check. 18?
Mm-hmm.
You feel shaken by her words. You feel as if a cat has jumped on your back and has begun
Like this?
Yeah. You feel shaken by her words, and in your core, there's a part of you that feels like she's correct. You know deep down somewhere, Shug needs you, and you're not there for him, and he's probably gonna die, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you failed. There's no condition. There's no. There's nothing there, but in this moment, that's how you feel after she says these words. All right. And she after she says that, and she looks, she's just gonna stay right there. And next up is Bocek.
I look at the King Bugbear that I'm fighting, and I go, look, I understand we're having fun. You okay with me trying something new I've never done before?
He looks at you and goes, go right ahead.
Cool, I attack with my longsword that I made my monk weapon.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
26 to hit.
26 absolutely hits.
For 12 slash damage.
Yeah. You slash.
And then I
Yeah. Go ahead.
spend a key point to flurry of blows and hit him 2 more times with follow-up kicks.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, go roll your attacks.
First one's only an 11.
Yeah, doesn't hit, unfortunately.
Second one is a
17 does hit. So roll your damage for that second one.
for another 11 damage. And I'm sorry, the first one I said was 12 damage. It should have been 14.
Okay.
So 14 and then 11 for a total of 25.
Okay. So yeah, so as he's like, go right ahead, you pull out the sword and just slash across from his neck down to his clavicle, and you just see the skin just separate and just blood starts pouring down. And he's like, oh, all right. And then you go to kick him, and he catches your foot and pushes it away. He's like, all right, is that all you got? And then before he finishes saying it, you kind of reverse as he pushes, you just reverse spin kick and heel right to his jaw, and you just watch as a few of his teeth just fly out of his mouth, blood pouring from his chin, and he kind of like, all right, so that's what we're doing. Fine.
Did I do that right? I've never used the weapon before.
Yeah, he looks really rough, but still standing, still looking like he's gonna really take it out on you when he gets his chance. Do you want to move from where you're at, or are you good?
Good.
Okay. Gwarple, it is now your turn.
I will start by telling Teague to rip her face off.
Knack.
It's now-
Damn it, sorry, Knack. it's so confusing.
She looks at you, she's like, ah!
I'm sorry, just rip her face off.
Sorry, roll for attack.
AC 23, she fucking rips the face off.
Yeah, that does hit. That does hit. Roll for damage.
7 piercing.
7 piercing, yeah. Yeah, she just, Knack just flies back in, and she just raises her arms again, and you just watch as Knack is just shredding her arms, and it's just like and one of her arms, you can actually see the skin pulled away from the bone. You can just see bone now just covered in blood, in sinew, but bone nonetheless, but she's still standing with the blood just pouring from her arms.
Did I hear her say that stuff to Drovar?
Oh yeah.
All right, I stab her in the chest with a short sword.
Okay, go for it.
That was almost a 19, then it became a 3, so that's AC 8.
Yeah, as you run towards her to stab at her, she sees you coming, and just dodges very deftly out of the way. Even with as much damage as she's taken and how much blood she's lost, she's still fast.
All right, yeah, I stay where I am.
Okay. All right. It is now King Groll's turn. Alrighty. So he's just kind of steadies himself and he goes, all right, let's have some fun. And he is going to move right here. And he now gets advantage because he is flanking with his wolf. He just yells out, snarl, there's going to be plenty for you to eat when I'm done here. And he just comes down at you with his morning star. And that is going to be... Actually, that's at advantage. Is it the flanking? Oh, I'm rolling the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I'm already rolling damage when he didn't roll that. Oh, I don't think that's going to hit you with a 10.
Even with advantage?
Yeah. It was an 18, and then it went whoop. And then, yeah. But even with advantage.
So I'm just gonna like grab the Morning Star and go, come on, I'm getting bored. I was all hot and bothered a second ago.
He just kind of pulls the Morning Star away from you. He's like, just starts growling at you, and you can see this horn that's kind of sticking out of his head. Is that like there is like pustules and actual like it's like oozing. It's really disgusting and nasty. But yeah, he looks pretty pissed, and he's just growling at you at this point. All right, Drovar, it is now your turn.
Okay, I don't like what this woman's telling me. The best thing to do is just make her stop talking by hitting her repeatedly with the axe.
All right.
I'll go home, but I'm not leaving without your head. Okay, reckless again, because she gotta go. $12. I have 2 and a 5.
12 does not hit. So you're still kind of shaken from her words.
Yeah.
And she kind of ducks backwards, and you just barely miss her. And she's like, you know. She just says at you very loudly.
Stop talking.
All right, Basha, it is now your turn.
I still have a healing potion. Does that sound right? Because I was checking my equipment.
If it's not in your inventory, you don't have it.
No, it is. So I guess I
then
do
you
still
have it.
one. So basically, Basha's gonna kind of like hiss, whisper, and be like Gundren, and like she's going to put the healing potion like on the table, like right in front of him, and back up just in case he starts like slashing crazily with the knife because he's scared.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be like, drink the potion, and just like leave it on the table.
All right. I'm gonna roll a perception check for him. Hold on a second.
Sure.
As you start whispering to him, with his one good eye, he's like, "What? Huh? What? And he's just looking around. Does not seem to know where that's coming from or who. Like he seems very, very freaked out in the moment, and with the one eye just swollen shut, he does not have very good perception at this moment. So he's still a little unsure what the fuck's going on, but definitely has the dagger in his hand. And the potion is just sitting right there on the table.
Great.
Hold on. I want to try something real quick. Okay. All right. So is that all you do, Basha?
Yeah, I mean that's all I can do. Because she can't like. I mean, I might like rattle the potion too, like like she's gonna like be like, come on,
Ooh,
like,
spooky potion. Yeah, I got you.
But like otherwise,
Yeah.
yeah, not like that, no.
Yeah.
And then she'll just stay where she is, I guess, like behind the table, keeping the table between her and everybody else. And she knows that she's probably gonna have to fight as soon as people come through the door. But that's like, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Alrighty. So that's your. So Gundren will now. He actually gets up for half of his movement. He's going to try to get to the other side. Bumps into you, Basha, and just like what? And just kind of limps over to the corner of this area, and is now just kind of like back against the wall, dagger in front of him, trying to get his bearings and understand what's going on.
Okay, and I guess I can't take a speech action now because I already did. But,
I mean, what do you want to say to him? Because unless it's like, yeah.
Gundren, it's Basha and everyone else. You're safe. You're going to be okay. Drink the potion on the table, and that's it. Like,
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, he took. Yeah, he's. I will say, yeah, he's starting to understand what's happening, but he's still like trying to get his bearings.
There's still like a ghost talking at him, so yeah, it's still
Yeah.
weird.
But he doesn't seem as freaked out in this moment. Alrighty, so that brings us back to it is now the wolf's turn, which you heard is named Snarl. Snarl is going to continue its attack on Bocek, as Bocek seems to be the focus of its master's ire. So that is going, as he attacks with advantage because of pack tactics, and they are also flanking. That is going to be a 15 to hit Bocek.
It's
All right. You take 8 piercing damage, reduced to 4. And I need you to make another strength saving throw for me, please.
16.
16. Once again, you feel the wolf try to yank you and pull you to the ground. And thankfully, you are strong enough to resist that and not be yanked prone. It is then going to... it's going to begin circling, which does give you a reaction if you want to take it, Drovar. As
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. So because I chose to attack recklessly, this is also with advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. $15.
15 does hit.
Max damage, 17 damage.
Ooh. Yeah, as the wolf begins to leave your melee range, immediately, and you just carve
Heal.
a huge chunk of its flesh open, and it still does make its way around Bocek, but now there's just blood pouring from the wound, and you see it now just limping its way around Bocek. But it makes its way there. It looks very, very rough. Alrighty. That brings us to the top of the round. It is the Drow's turn. Yeah, she is... yeah, she is tired of getting attacked by this... this dinosaur. She kind of looks around, looks up at Knack, and she's gonna take her chances, and she's going to try and bolt this way, which actually Knack, Warple, and Drovar can take reaction. Oh, actually, no, Drovar, you just took your reaction, so you do not have the ability to. But Warple and Knack, you can take your reaction if you like, as she leaves the space.
Does a 14 hit? That's for me.
A 14 just hits.
She is now also my favorite foe. She didn't realize it, but when she leaves, she decided that.
Okay. And what'd you hit her for?
8 damage, and I need a Grung poison save.
Okay. How would you like to kill her?
So, as she leaves, I go, "You think Grung's gonna die? Unfortunately, you're not gonna be there to see it." I just fucking plunge my fucking sword in her back.
Okay, yeah. As she's running, you just plunge your sword. You just hop up on her back and just and just plunge it right into her back, like where her neck starts to begin to meet her shoulders. And you just feel the blade just crunch in between the spine, and you just twist. And as you do, you can feel the spine just snap. And she's like, ah, ah! And it becomes, as she screams, it becomes this almost alien type of sound that just, again, much like the wolf howl, just echoes through this chamber, and you're not sure how much far else. But as she's running and you do this, she actually trips and falls into the brazier, which is still smoldering slightly, and just kind of plops down over it, no longer moving.
And my bounty should have been 50 at least.
All right. And she is no more. She is what you would probably call, in the slang term, the dead. So, alrighty. So that was her turn. Bocek, it is now your turn.
Fantastic. Taking another swing with my sword, just looking at him like, this was supposed to be... You said this is going to be fun. And I miss with the sword with only a 12.
Yeah, he just pulls his shield up and just knocks the sword out of the way. Like, he did better with your fists.
15 on the unarmed strike.
Again, blocks the sword with the shield, grabs your fist, throws it back at you.
Now we are talking. Good job, man.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. All right. Wasn't sure if you wanted to move. All right, Gorple. It is now your turn.
Well, I'm going to do what I did to the last hobgoblin I met and stab it in the back.
Oh no, this one's a bugbear. This is different.
I mean, they're all the same to me.
All
They're
right.
big, they're scary, they're hairy. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I just kind of hop up on this table. Probably, I might kick over the healing potion. I don't know if I see it.
Okay.
That's kind of up to you.
Make a very quick perception check for it.
I got an 18. So
18. Yeah, you see it. So you're able to kind of jump and not knock it over. It's still on the table.
And as I kind of like flip over, I fucking plunge my sword in the back of this guy because he's so focused on Bocek.
All right, roll to hit.
AC 18.
That hits.
That'll be a total of 10 damage as he becomes my new favorite foe.
Alrighty. Warple, how would you like to kill this bugbear?
My apex predator status retained. So I flip back and I go, Bocek, thanks for doing all the work. And I just plunge my sword into this dude's fucking neck and I ride him to the ground.
Yeah, just 100% focused on Bocek. He doesn't even realize it when you jump on his back and just plunge it right between your sword, right between his shoulder blades. And as you do, he's like, ah! And he's just trying to reach behind him to kind of knock you off. But his arms are just like, one has the shield, the other has the Morning Star, and he's just kind of like trying to hit himself. He's hitting himself in the process, but also trying to get at you, not being able to do it. And he's just, what the fuck? And you just ride him down to the ground as he just kind of like grabs your foot, Bocek. And he just looks at you and goes, fuck you. And then his eyes kind of roll back in his head and he stops moving.
You brought your pet, I brought mine.
Yeah.
And I look to his wolf and I go, bad. And I fucking, as I say bad, Teague will fucking fly down
Nah.
and scoop to attack them.
Okay,
Sorry,
yeah.
knack.
Knack. Yeah, she flies over. Roll for attack.
AC 18.
That does hit, yes.
Total of 7 damage.
You watch as Knack just swoops in and begins to just tear the eyes out, tears the flesh out of the face. You watch as the nose just tears away, as just Knack just rends this wolf to bloody shreds. And it doesn't even have time to call out or make any noise as Knack just swoops in for the kill and immediately dispatches the wolf. And at this moment in time, you feel like not much that else is a threat at the moment, but you all begin to hear shouts and yells. Possibly some of the noise during this combat, either at the scream of the drow or the howl of the wolf, whichever it was, has called reinforcements, and they're currently on their way.
We need to get the fuck out of here.
And that's where that's where we're going to call it for the evening.
Jock, start the plane, Jock.
Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper! Yes! Yes!
Oh, nice. Great game, guys. Great game. You found Gundren!
Yeah! Woo!
Yay!
Good job. Good job. That was a great game, guys. Everybody, excellent game. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to my players, as always. Just every time we play, amazing. I am never, I'm never. See, I'm never not surprised.
Never not surprised?
Never not surprised. Yeah, double negative means makes positive. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we'll go with that. It's late. It's been a long week. We're just gonna go with that. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, my players. Great game. Great game. Can't wait to see what happens next week.
Escape from the king.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. So, want to make a few shout outs before we close out for the evening. Ocelotus, thank you so much for cheering bits. As always, you're a huge supporter. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. The AFK Kitchen, thank you for following the channel. Saw that you were in chat earlier and you had to go, but thank you so much for supporting us, throwing us the follow and watching. We hope you had a great time. And also Dr. Fox, thank you also for following the channel. Appreciate you. And everybody who was watching, everybody who stuck around to see this amazing attack on Cragmaw Keep. Thank you so much for watching and supporting everything that we're doing. Please, once again, show some love to all of the projects and things that our players are doing. Is much appreciated. And, you know, the best way we can always do right by ourselves is by doing right by others and helping to uplift them. So as we finish out for this evening, as always, stick around. We are going to raid someone. And usually the person that we raid is someone who has shown us an equal amount of love in one form or fashion through everything that we're doing. As I'm looking, my son-in-law is actually currently streaming right now, Zero Sorrow. He seems like he's doing a just chatting at the moment, but that usually changes in his when he's doing his streams. He will sometimes do a just chatting and then just jump into a game or just, have a really good conversation with everybody. So please, as we close out, show him some love. And thank you once again for all your support and watching. We hope you had a great time. I know we did. So once again, please be good to yourself, be good to others, take care of others, and don't forget to take care of yourself. Until we see you next time, take care.